Futurelight was made to defy limitations by creating a super fabric with exceptional breathability without sacrificing how waterproof it is. So your gear
breathes as hard as I do.
The future of exploration is here.
Yo. Just want to make sure this is coming out nice and clear. You know, gotta do that checks. Yeah, I can turn myself up a little. What the heck? You got two streams open? Yeah, it looks like I got two streams open. Okay. Weird. Alright. I really hate that. Pop all the chats. You can see it. Pop out chat. Come on. Where is it at? Where's chat? Where's the pop out for chat? Guys. I'm failing here. I'm struggling. I need your help. Let's see. Yeah, usually it's like right here. You could just pop it out right here. Confused why it's not right there. So tough. Let's see. We'll just have to suffer like we always have. Oh, now that works. If I set it myself manually, I can see this. But hey, what's up, guys? Let me know you're in. Let's get this going. I'll turn some sound down here because my freaking YouTube is blasting me. Oh, interesting. Very posted. It's Smiley. My own Discord channel. I forgot that. That's the way it is. Let's get it, guys. I am so excited to play this game right now. I really am. Alright, I don't even know. So just let's see how the sound goes. Let me know if I need to turn down things, you know, turn up. You know, I'll just turn it. I'll just turn it down. I'll just turn it real down, real low for the peeps. Turn this up because I know I'm always too quiet sometimes. I can always speak a little bit louder. So now we are gonna play some Goose. I was gonna wait for everyone to get in, you know. I think I should turn the music down for this though. It's super loud. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you should just go all all Goose music. Hey, thanks. Appreciate this. How you doing? Let me know about the sound though. All right. Let's see. I don't need to just controller or anything like that. I just turn it down for myself a little bit. I feel like even for me it's loud. Let's see. Is it okay? Like the music's okay? Oh no, you're gonna tell me. Okay. This is the game. If you can hear the game, let me know. It's just piano music. It's freaking loud in my ears right now. I'm literally dying. So I already started the save. I'm gonna start a new one for stream. Samika, have you seen the brain fart? This game? It's called Entitled Goose. Entitled Goose. Maybe you should wait a little bit. Maybe you should give it a little bit before I start in. I don't know how many people have missed this game. I haven't seen it. Do you hear? So turn it down then? No, I have not. Okay, you haven't. Okay. I just want to make sure it's good. I want you to hear the music, get in the ambience of it, you know. Ooh, okay. So, and I was gonna turn it down for myself a little bit because I know I'm struggling, but you guys might love it. All right. So, this game is pretty freaking amazing. I haven't quite played it all the way through. I've watched people play it. I've been dying to play it. You're wearing a Flamingo shirt. Yeah, you like it? Hold on. Let me switch scenes real quick. Let's see, was it controls? Let me see if that did it. Did it switch scenes yet? Did I? It did. It switched. So here's my Flamingo shirt. Yeah. Nice and sexy. Nice and sexy Flamingo shirt. Alright, so we'll get back to the game. Alright. Oh, I got a goose. I got a goose, guys. So I messed with it a little bit. So I might be wearing a Flamingo shirt, but I'm playing a goose. We flock together, right? No foul, no game. No game, no foul. What's this way? Never went this way. Interesting. There's just a bunch of bells down there. Okay. See, I remember how to do this, but I prefer to run with shift. And this is loud. Yeah, I forgot I pinned down. So how's your day, Samika? How you been? You can use things. says press to use your beak, but I mean, in my case, you know, pick things up because, you know, you can pick things up. Ooh, bell. Ooh. Alright, you can bend down. Where's the trash can when you need it, you know? Like, come on, man. Just littering out here, right? Okay, let me pick this thing up real quick. Yeah, we're gonna put them all on a stump. Why not? What's this? No, nothing there. Good, I guess. Trying to find a new job. You getting tired of the security life? Let's see. Maybe. Oh! It's about to follow me. It's about to follow me. What are we gonna do, guys? Let's see. We'll carefully lift up from here. Oh! Oh! It fell. Asshole. Just trying to fall on a goose here, trying to live his life, you know. Yeah, you're going in. Title Goose by the House. It's tired of inconsistency and BS rules. Hell yeah, I got that. I know that feeling. Sorry, gotta remind. All right, so swimming around the pond. It's amazing. There's food over here. All right, I already know this. I'm gonna go ahead and just tab it. You tab it, it gives you your to-do list. You gotta do this. So get into the garden, get the groundskeepers wet, steal the groundkeeper's keys, make the groundkeepers wear his sun hat, rake in the lake, have a picnic, bring to the picnic a sandwich, an apple, a pumpkin, a carrot, jam, thermos, and radio basket. We're just going. Why can't you be like the goose, Mika? You know, just goose it out. Just have your own self a little picnic. Nah, I'm sorry to hear about the inconsistency and the BS rules. I get it. It's a lot. Security jobs are like that. They're full of BS and they just don't. They're not forgetting. Yeah. See, you can see that. Ooh, you can also use control to crouch. Oh, much easier. I'll take the control. Can't change the flap, but right click, zoom out. I can also click there. Okay. I feel like I'm the only one doing your job. You're probably not wrong. You know. Some people are gonna do the job to what they think needs to be done, not what the job requires. You know. Okay, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get these. Let's see. Let's get this goose. Oh. Yeah, I mean, in the military it's the same thing. It was, you know, there's some people doing it to the best of their abilities, and there's other people who are like, well, you could have worked a little bit harder there, bro. Don't make everyone else do your job. Pull your weight around. And there's times when I'd be honest, I let someone have some slack because they were hurting or something. Now, that was me. Someone else would have probably yelled at them, but I knew what was going on in their lives, so it was important to help them out. Alright, here's the radio. This thing, it's gotta go. Get off of there. There you go. You can use S to zoom out, or you can, I mean, A to zoom out, S to zoom in. See him. Ooh, let's get him with the sprinkler. Ah, got him wet. What do you mean, what in the duck? Oh, this is a good time. Now I can get into the garden. Alright, let's hurry up. Let's hurry up. Go, run. You're not doing a very good job of running. Come on. Yeah, I got him wet. But... Okay, so I played this far into the game, so no. Sean said that? What the duck? Well, hi, Sean. How you doing, man? How's your day been? Gotta hide from him. Took the radio. Shoot. We need that for the picnic. But I figured the jam is more important. It's duck, duck, goose. Get it right, Sean. Hop in here and talk, dude. Let's see. Let's grab a carrot. If I remember correctly, on the list, I needed a carrot. Alright. We're gonna run out of here before he finds us. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Good, bro. It's been another Monday. How's it streaming? Monday? It's Tuesday, dude. If that's that, your Tuesday that bad, man, it's crazy. My streaming's great. I'm celebrating the 50 followers. It's been amazing, dude. You guys helped out so much. I didn't think it was gonna take me forever to get 50, but it was pretty close to feeling. Oh crap! This thing's now noisy. Oh, hurry, pick it up. Hurry, pick up. He's going. Ah, he got me. Dang it, son of a. We got the apple. I don't really need the apple. That's right. I already got an apple. Congrats. Thanks, man. Yeah. Oh. Get away. Get away. Get away. Come on. Oh. Let's go. You want a piece of the goose? I'll give you the goose. Oh. Ooh, I can get the keys. I wonder what the keys do. Oh, got him. Oh, I dropped him. Dang it. Oh, so close. Oh, he went for the radio. He went for the radio instead of the keys. Alright. Run. 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 Let's go get us. Got the keys. Got the keys. What's happening up to this point? Okay, so you're just a goose. And so far, here's Madchar. Welcome in, you know what I mean. Welcome in, Madchar. What's going on? So we got this list to do. We got to get in the garden, which we did already. We got to get into the ground, get the groundskeeper wet. We got him sprayed by the hose, and then we stole the groundskeeper's keys. What I'm supposed to deal with it doesn't matter because apparently I don't know. But made the groundskeeper wear his sun hat. Gotta throw a rake in. Where's Maple? He's out in the hall right now. I can show him real quick if you guys really want to. I'm still waiting on more people to come in. And then we have to have a picnic. So far we got the sandwich, the apple, the carrot, and the jam. Got the basket. We just need the radio, the pumpkin, and the thermos. Those are the last 3 things we need out of that list. We're moving on a little bit fast because I started this last night, just kind of make sure everything was running fine and I understood it before I just hopped in this game. I've been really excited. Madchar, have you seen it? And then Smika, I will get it. But Smika, Madchar, Smika.
You're my friends now. We're having soft tacos later.
Oh, what just hosted? Oh, was that a host I just heard? Did someone just host? Oh, thank you for hosting. Or no, you're redeemed. Cat bug. Oh, nice. I thought you hosted. Look, I got the doggo. He's cool. Oh, you okay there? You kind of burped a little bit. Ever seen it? Oh, yeah. It's a core you love. If you've never seen Cartoon Hangover, you missed out. Yeah, thanks for the host, Madchar. Appreciate it. I'm surprised nothing went off. It might take a second, maybe, before it goes off. Huh. Yeah, maybe my host didn't come in. But, you know. He's a cutie maple. He getting big. He over here. Give me geeses and stuff. Sweet geeses. Alright, I'm gonna let him down. I'm gonna hit him down. Never desert him. Here, I'll put him out here because it's pretty warm in here. Oh. he just straight laid down. He's just there. Love you, Maples. He's like, oh, you're closing the door on me. How dare you? Alright. Hello, so squishy. He's super squishy. He's a noodle. He's my noodle dog. Alright. So now that we're officially distracted, we are going to get in here. Let me make sure I check this and stuff. Okay. We're doing good. Ooh, I forgot I fixed that. Okay, cool. Nope, that's not what I was doing. I'm grabbing the wrong mouse right now. Alright, so now let's get on. We got to get the keeper's sun hat on his head. We got the rake in the lake and have a picnic. And we got pretty much most of this. You know? You're doing pretty good. Let's see. Like a swim. And I show Machar real quick. So this is the picnic area we're having right now. We got it. I think I'm gonna go for the pumpkin, thermos, and the radio. Because those look like a good. Well, I'm gonna go for the pumpkin first. I think it might be a little harder. It might be a little bit bigger. Let's see. Let's see where the groundskeeper's at. Because he will chase me down and he will take his stuff back. Corgi coins. That's funny. Yeah, my channel's gonna be, or yeah, my stream, my brand is gonna be Dragons and Corgis. Corgis riding dragons, because why not? You know, we always have dragon riders. Why not Corgi rider? So I'm gonna do that. Let's see, how do we distract him? You know what? Let me go grab the radio and see if I can do that. Ignore the item not found thing. Let's see, Corgi coins. That was when you can. We also have ranks. You can rank up and see what's going on. No, let go of that. I don't want that. Right, no, grabbing everything but the radio right now. Oh, he doesn't like that. I grabbed his boot. All right, let's run for the boot. No, no, no. Okay, I'm gonna boost you now. Oh, come here, come here. All right. Oh, here's the rake. Maybe you should grab the rake and run for it. He's gonna probably bless me. Yeah, I'm the goose. I'm goosing it. That's me honking at him. Maybe I should go for the pumpkin now? Got it. Alright, let's see. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Can't get out of this garden. I forgot. Why do you need a pumpkin at a picnic? That's just random, right? Yeah, but Untitled Goose is pretty cool. I watched people play it, and I've been dying. There you go. Now we got the pumpkin. Yes! Score. Okay. Let's party. Let's see. Alright. I'm surprised that's not working right now. Okay. Well, I have sound effects that I was trying to use. Let's see. Let's run over here. Yeah, here's just a goose running around causing havoc for the local people. He noticed his pumpkin's missing. Not gonna get me now though. This goose is up to no good. Oh, there we go. How do I turn this thing off? It's so distracting. Is he gonna find me? You guys think he's gonna find me? Let's see. Oh, he's after me. He's after me. Guys, saw him. Let's see how far we can go before either gives up or something. Here, I'm gonna drop this here. So I think he's following me. If I look. I think oh yeah, see, he was following me. Alright. Come on, run, run. Social. There you go. Thanks. Oh yeah. Add him Headchar to the Discord channel if you want to hop in. It's a fun place where you can just keep up to date on when I'm streaming, and you can just talk, ask questions. I got multiple channels. It's called Dragon's Cavern. I don't know, Machar, if you do the wonderful thing called Discord. Yeah, see, grab the radio back. What else do we need? Okay, so we got the thermos. So the radio is the only thing. Let's go for the rake. You guys want to go for a rake? Let me know. Rake or the picnic? Not, yeah, or the groundskeeper's hat. I think that's going to be the tough one. Let me know if we should go for the picnic, the groundskeeper's hat, or the rake in the lake. The rake. Let's go for the rake. Alright, I know there's a couple people in here, so I give it a couple more seconds before I decide. I'll tell you guys are, but the rake looks the easiest, to be honest. Rake, there's 2 votes for rake, 3 for rake. Alright guys, fine. I get it. You guys really want to see the rake in the lake. I get it. Don't have to yell at me. He's got his eye on me. What? What are you looking at, huh? Yeah, what do you think? Yeah. What? Oh, let's go. Let's go. Come on. No. Stop chasing. Let me see. What if I grab its hoe? hoe. I mean spade. Ah. Oh. I gotta do it when he's not looking. If I don't, he's just gonna chase me. Ugh. Come on. Come on. No. I'm not very good at controlling this. Alright. Alright. See if we can make it. Oh. He's not paying attention. He's not paying attention. Oh, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. What are we doing for dinner? That's a good question, Sam. You haven't quite woken up yet to tell me. Aha! Raking the lake. I'm gonna get as far as possible. Let's see. I have to get used to the mouse moves. I'm so used to using the like WASD for walking around. Alright, so next guys, what should we do? Should we get to the hat on him? I have no clue how we're gonna do that. This is a radio. Or should I go for the radio? Hat of the radio. Where's this sun hat at? Oh, there it is. Can I grab that? Maybe you have to take his hat off of his head. How would I get his hat off his head? So let me know, guys. Go for the hat, or should I go for the radio? Ooh, I just thought of a way. You guys want to know? The way we can get the hat and the radio where it needs to be. Hat? You should go for the hat? Okay. We'll go for the hat first. Easy first. The radio is gonna be the easiest one. I know. I guess you have to let me know. Should I go for the hat first, or for the radio? This radio's easiest. And I did not know I could hide in these bushes. Maybe I can just duck down here and just honk. Okay. All right. Let's see. We're gonna do a 2 for 1. Ugh. All right. It's gonna follow me. Oh crap! Come on. Oh, okay. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Have a picnic. He's mad. Oh, I have a new to-do, Alice? Make the groundskeeper hammer his thumb. Ooh. That's painful. Okay, so made the radio. I was hoping he would bend down and I would get his hat. But he's going to a sign. Let's grab him the is it a hammer? It is a hammer. Ooh. What do you guys think is gonna happen? We're just following this guy. Oh, there's the hammer. You gonna grab it, buddy? I can't exactly reach it. What's this? What's this? Aha! No gooses. No gooses. Okay. I didn't know it was hiding back there. I just saw the little extras, if you want to call him. He's going for the radio. Let's see if we can get his hat. Oh. He does not like the radio being on. That's for sure. Let's see. No, he didn't bend down far enough. Ah, man, this is hard. Geeses, not gooses. Well, I'm about to get some goose. Dang, how did we get his hat? That one's a tough one. Let's see. Oh, I wonder what happened to his, the sign I put out there. Oh, maybe, yeah. Oh. Can I help you, buddy? Can I help you? I'm walking my own way here, right? All that sass. Hit him with the hose. I tried to get him wet. I got him wet earlier, but he didn't change his hat. Let's see. Can you jump on him or something? Nah. The only thing I can do is this. And I don't know what that's supposed to do, except be scary. Oh. Hey, where did he go? Oh, there. You got the sign. Ha ha ha. Maybe I have to annoy him enough. Maybe I put the sign up, and then I can get him to hammer his head. Man, this game is a little tougher than I can give it credit for. Let's see. Can't climb on anything. See, here's the... Oh, it's tab. Tab. Here's the controls. This is all the stuff I can do. I can, run, grab, honk, crouch, flap, zoom out, zoom in. You don't make it easy. If I could jump, I would do. Let's see. Oh, he's going for the hammer now. Oh. What? That was weird. He like almost fell over. Let's see, maybe. Oh, just mistimed it. Oh. Got him. Got him, fam. Oh, he fell over. Oh, get his hat. Oh, almost got his hat. Almost got his hat. Oh. No. That was so close. So close. Maybe you gotta wait until it honks again. No, he's going for that. Oh. Did he get... Here, let me pull out the sign again. Ha. You're yelling. He bends slightly, you're yelling at him? Yeah, maybe. Here, let me try this again. Now that we know he falls over. Just gotta wait for the perfect time. Got him. Right. No. Okay. Come on. Oh, showed up earlier. Shoot. Wait. Oh. Wait. I should wait behind him, shouldn't I? Oh. Alright. Let's get the sign back out. No. Wrong thing. Oh. He doesn't notice it's down. Alright. Oh. He bends down for the keys. He does. Oh, I mean, he does bend down pretty far though. Huh. Let me give it that a try real quick. This is one tough goose. It's gonna geese your geese. Oh. Oh, almost got it. There you go. Oh, almost got it. Oh, there you go. Hold on. Ah. Maybe I can get him to fall over. This is tricky. Ah. Oh. Man, he's trying to get everything back. That's not my hard work. It's my hard work there. What are you taking my hard work for? Oh, sucker. I got it. Oh. Nah, it's not quite. He's not quite making it there. Not quite low enough. Run. I've been running so hard. Let's see if he can get the sign again, because I think that's our best chance right now. If your boy can only grab the sign. No, it's my sign. Oh man, that's so messed up, dude. How could he do that to me like that? Ooh. Let's see. You guys think I can get him this time? Let's see if I can get him this time. Got it! Oh, crap. No, I dropped it. I picked up the hat and I dropped it. Ah! Why? Denied. Denied. I can't believe it. He denied me. Denied me all that glory. Yeah, here we go.
Denied.
Yes, I know, it was so close. I dropped the hat. I was like, I was the chosen. Nah, the one I was.
Double kill. Ain't nobody got time for that.
That's a good one too. Just go. You know how to get it? Yeah, I know how to get it now. Just gotta honk him. Just as he goes to hit his hand. Look how he... Let's see. Yeah, what we gotta do is as soon as he goes to swing the hammer honk, he falls over and he gets that right height. Alright, and then it's really hard to see around this corner. Oh, crap. Ah, that was tough. What? Let's go. You gonna fight me? Let's fight me. Fight me. Maybe if I zoom out, or should I zoom in? Maybe zooming in would help. Here. It's really tough. Let's see if you'll... Lasers. Alright, I'm gonna goose him from right here. It's so hard to see. Let's see, wait for it, right? There we go. There we go. Got it. Let's see. Where do we do? Oh, fuck, I'm stuck. I'm a duck stuck. Oh, no, it's my hat. It's my hat. It's my hat. Oh, I got him so close, guys. Oh, I should just kept running the other way. Whoa, dude. Back off, man. I'm the goose. Not you. Not you. Sucker. I need to go back over here. Oh, I can actually get a better view this time. Okay, so go this way. Go this way. Alright. Haha! I'm gonna get it. Oh, open the gates first? I missed that. I think if I run farther away enough, I can... Aha! Oh, I thought I was gonna be able to swim. Here, let's drop his hat off in the distance, maybe. Let's see. Aha! Got it! Nice. Alright. Next one, the break broom. Break the broom. That was such a tough one. You guys want to go see where his sun hat? Let me know. And we'll go back. That was way too much. So the next one is break the broom, trap the boy in the phone booth. Ooh, that's just mean. This goose is mean. I don't know what got him, but he is mean. Make the boy wear the wrong glasses. Make someone buy back their own stuff. Get on TV. Go shopping. Put in the basket a toothbrush. Does that say loo paper? That looks like a blue paper. I'm guessing toilet paper. Instead of... What game are we playing? Are we playing... Yes, you want to see him wear the hat? Okay, I'll go back and just see him wear the hat. Hairbrush and tin food, cleaner, fruit and vegetables. Okay, so we'll go back. We got 1 vote to go see him have the hat. I'm gonna bring in an accent because I can really do that. Well, the hat's off the door. There you go. There's his sun hat. What do you look at me for? Go on about your business. You ain't about your life. Shh. You just shoot me? Oh, it's on. It's on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Alright. Hope you saw that. I hope you enjoyed the show. This goose is such a beast. We got the boy over here with the glasses. Okay. We got. What should we go first on this list? Let's see. Let's break it down to the first two. Let's break the broom, or trap the boy in the phone booth. I think we should probably make him wear glasses first. So make the boy wear the wrong glasses, and break the broom. Which one should we do first, guys? Says what I'm just gonna run around in circles. I'll be a chicken with his head off. Look at all those chicken. Ooh, got music. No. Whoa, 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 whoa! I was minding my own business here, buddy. Hey. Oh, this lady is mean. I was just minding my own business. Can't even believe it. Come on, man. Aha! I got him. I got it. I got it. Oh, I can't turn very well when I'm running. Oh, this lady. Oh, this is a cool game. I gotta go. I have to make a phone call. Alright, see you, Madchar. Have a good night. I hope you take care. Hope I see you around more, you know. If you have a Twitter, should add you on Twitter. If you already get the Discord, that'd be amazing. I think we're in Discord for Mad Spikes. But, oh, hey, why we gotta fight like this? Why we gotta fight like this? Let's go, lady. Let's go. I'm gonna bite that broom. Come here. Give me the broom. Give me the broom. Let's go. What do you think you're gonna do? What do you think you're gonna do? Let's see. Oh. I almost had it. I dropped it though. I dropped it. Let me break the broom. Oh, there we go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Yes, I got the broom broke. Oh. All right. Ha 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 ha. That's what you get. I'm taking a stick. Cause I can. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it, lady? Do not have Twitter. Keep the social media to me. Gotcha. Well, we'll see you then. Never mind. Break the broom. Oh, wear the wrong glasses. Sorry, I missed that. My bad, Smika. Oh no! Come on. Let me get the soccer ball. Let me get the soccer ball. You won't let me grab the soccer ball. Aha! I got it. What is this mysterious object? Can I pick it up? No, it lets me hit it, but I can't. Can't pick it up. Bye, Madchar. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. Let's see. Yeah, a mean little goose. You're right. You're right, Smika. It's a mean goose. Oh man. See, where's the phone booth at? I don't even know where the glasses are. Let's see if we can find the glasses somewhere. Oh, there they are. They're on the board. Okay. Let's see. You ain't gonna get me. These are my glasses now. Punk. What do you think you're gonna do with these? You ain't gonna catch up to me? I'm faster. Speedy goose. The boost goose. Oh no! She caught up to me. Let me see if I can back and grab another pair of glasses before she notices. Hey, Bubble. Yeah, it's really warm, and I put the fan on, and it's so loud though.
Yeah, but it's not that cool outside, so you're just recycling around warm.
Baking myself. Oh, here, oh, that's the phone booth. We found the phone booth. Oh, he opened it for me. Oh, how nice of him. he opened his own chat for us. That's nice. See if I can put in the telephone booth first. Let's see. Oh man, guys, I can't believe this. Oh, oh. Hey, oh hey. All right, call for it. Ah. Still don't know how to get him to put the wrong glasses on, but we'll figure it out. Oh, no! He's in here. He was. That counts, right? So mean. I don't know how to get him to wear the wrong glasses. It's gonna be a tough one. Oh, alright, picked it up. I picked up for 3 seconds. Alright. How about this? What should we do? We should do Trap the boy in the phone booth. I was trying to do that. It's not working very well. Make someone buy back their own stuff. I have no clue how they're gonna do that. Oh yeah, sorry, babe. Took my exam earlier. I'm looking forward to the results. I'm hoping it's good, really good. I'm hoping like 100% good. That's how good I feel. Probably fell off the top of the shelf over here somewhere. You can't have the cork. A doggo is trying to eat the cork. He drops his glasses at some point and puts them back on. That's my best bet too. How they get him to drop them though. So, alright, let's go to the TV. So it's easier. You can do that. I lied. See, he's doing that. Alright, we're gonna run in here. What's that, babe? Oh, he's got me trapped in here. Got me trapped in here. I got him. Oh, finally opened up. Let's go. Oh, so close. So close. Oh. He's not coming out. Oh. Jeez, why are you chasing me off? She does not like me. I don't care what you're doing, lady. I'm gonna get in here. I want to get on TV. What is this? Oh, I'm on the TV. Look at me, guys. I'm the goose. I'm the big boss. Oh, whoa. Okay, fine. I'm out. Yeah, get back in that telebooth. Go get back in the booth. Go get back in the booth. You think I'm gonna let you get out? Like that? Jeez. Give him a heart attack. Wait until he's safe, and then squeak him again! No, almost close enough. No, he's not quite dropping him. I thought they would just fall off his head. Hey, I'm minding my own business here, lady. Jeez. Alright, I'll shoot. Definitely not minding my own business. I'm up to goosey things. Ooh. I got my beak in a glass. Huh. Oh, you think I have to do something with the walkie-talkies? Maybe you had to scare him. I wonder how I do that. He's easily scared. Gonna scare this little boy. You think this is gonna work? I dropped it, so hopefully it'll work. We will see. We'll go back to see to make sure the little boy is going for it. It's close. Huh. Interesting. Twice the duck gives twice. I mean, twice the goose gives twice the quack. Dude, come on. You ain't cool. I got 2 walkie-talkies. What are you gonna do about that? How to do this? We got any dice. So we got make someone buy back their own stuff. How do we make them buy back their own stuff? Go shopping. You think you have to make him do the walkie-talkie? Oh, you know what? Let's do the toy. Let's do the toy. He's so traumatized right now. Not even funny. No, what do you think I'm doing? This is mine, bro. This is mine. Oh, okay, fine. I'll leave. I'll leave. Jeez. You don't even tell me twice, alright? Ah, he got his plane back. Dang it. How are we supposed to kick him? Let's see. We went over here. We saw these chairs, so we're zooming out. Oop. Let's see. I'm guessing the plane's what we gotta do, right? Let me know. So, Mika, do you work tonight? Or are you off? Does anybody know what we're supposed to do? Oh, hey. Listen, give me some room. Alright. Jeez. Make your day worse. Make it turn into a Tuesday. On a Monday. I mean, you dropped it. Oh, come on. Twice the goose, twice the geese. Let's go. Come on, run away, little kid. Come on. He's gotta hide in the corner. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Get back in there. Get back in there. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. All right. I'm gonna do this. Oh, we are so mean to the kid right now. I hope you guys know this. I'm about to have him buy back his own stuff. This guy's getting bullied in school, and this goose is giving him the geese. Got it up there. I worked during the day, got it off at 2. Phone is gonna die, so I'm gonna go. Alright, love you. Thank you for sticking around. And you don't have a computer? Yeah, that's what I thought. You thought about that, bro. Oh! How the heck? So you're gonna have to buy it? Ah ha ha ha! I got it. Nice, right? High five. No, you don't. You need to get a computer, sis.
Okay, now answer the question. What's for dinner?
What's that, babe?
I said no. Answer the question. What's for dinner?
So now that you're actually up and in here, you even know what you feel like eating, babe?
Yeah.
What?
Taco Bell.
So
I'm trying to avoid that.
Yeah, we definitely need to avoid that. I don't know what we have in the fridge at all. Let's see, I'm just gonna figure this out, guys. Gotta figure out food. What is good for food? Alright, let's see. Food-wise, what can we do? Nobody knows, but... Yeah, get back in there. Get back in there. Maybe I should take a walk around the block. See what I can do. Oh, you think
Say that out loud. We have a DOG in the room.
Oh. He's in the corner.
He's awake now. He was just sleeping fine.
Let's take a dum.
And you said the words.
Never said the words. Just spoke them. Spoke them. Let's see, guys. I honestly don't know, Babo. Thinking that, maybe if I have him step on the glass bottle, he'll slip. I was thinking it would work. Let's see. My only other thought for dinner, babe, is the PF Chang's we got in the freezer. Cook it up or something.
I just wish we pulled that actual chicken this morning. It would have made things so much easier tonight.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it. Man, what else do we have to do? Go shopping, put in baskets, toothbrush, glue, paper, hairbrush, tin, food, cleaner, fruit. So pretty much have to just rob this lady. Let's see. This kid does not care. I don't care in this basket away. Let's see. I'm gonna stash this somewhere. This lady can't find us as easily. Alright. Let's see. That's if we can grab it. None of the PF Chang's sound good to you, babe. I can't think of anything else we have in there. Mom.
No. I don't know, my brain's not functioning. Oh look, my little green box actually came in handy for you.
Yes, randomly.
That's because it
Like
was
how
a
you
good
just
purchase.
noticed it.
I noticed it but like didn't say anything, and then like
You just
looking at it
realized
again was just like, oh.
Oh, she's gonna get my toilet paper. You can't have my toilet paper. It's my sacred toilet paper. It's a toilet paper of the Oval Office, and thou shalt not have it. Did I cross that off? Yes, I did. Nice. Score in the bucket. Or in this case, the basket. But if you go take a look in the freezer, baby, and see.
Yeah, well.
Is this something I need? What do I need? Toothbrush, a hairbrush, tin food, cleaner, and fruit and veggies. Some fruit and veggies. Oh, she's got me. She's got me cornered. I wonder if I use a walkie-talkie and use it as a distraction. Ooh, Babo. Shouldn't can pay for his own toy again. Should have kept the receipt. I know. I'm a terrible goose. That's what they should have named this game. The Terrible Goose. Let's go, lady. I'm gonna break her broom again. Come on. Come on. I'm gonna break her broom again. Let's go. Yeah. I'm gonna break it. Aha. You gonna do about it? You gonna do about it? Huh? You gonna do about it? You can't do anything about it, huh? Alright. Yeah, get there. I'm gonna break her broom as many times as it takes. Cause I'm gonna have to grab more stuff. Yeah, get out of my way, little boy. Goose is in town and he's running the show. Nice. That's one off the list. I need cleaner and... So I think I probably just have to keep breaking the broom. Aye! I said back off. That's what I thought, son. Oh, that's the airbrush. Oh man, I'm making a clean getaway. She's not looking out for anybody stealing nothing. Somebody love me just like this goose. Loves terrorizing this poor town people. Did I get it off? Yes, I did. Nice. I was like, kind of failed at getting it in the basket. I think he doesn't play basketball. He'll be missing the hoop. Oh, she's gonna chase me. I forgot what else to get right now. Let's see, tin food, cleaner, toothbrush. Let's go. It's amazing, guys. Oh, I don't know where the toothbrush is though. Where's the toothbrush at? Toothbrush. I'm just going shopping on a Sunday afternoon, guys. Don't. She got me cornered. Oh, I broke the game. Yep, I fed him.
Yeah, I thought so.
So I was calling him earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to scare him when he's touching his glasses. Got it. I just saw that happen. He's gonna touch him again.
Punk when he's on one foot.
What is what? On one
When
foot?
he's like, yeah, he just did like his whole like standing on
Yeah,
one
I can
foot
do that
thing.
too. Don't look at me like that. Alright? I leave you alone, you leave me alone. Everything's happy. You can't mess with me, man. You know what? Let's see, let's pick up this.
Mongolian beef doesn't sound terrible.
Okay.
But, you won't be able to cook since you're doing this.
This kid is so nice.
Drop the radio.
Yeah, oh.
Oh,
Got it.
run.
Got it.
You just grab the same one.
Yeah, no. Oh, I know what I had to do. I had to bring in the other glasses. I gotta run with these ones. Maybe I should give this to the lady over here.
So he just buy back his own glasses if he wants.
Yeah. He's probably climbing on the ground over here trying to find his glasses. Let's see. This goose is so missed. Yeah, I called it. There you go. Yeah, high five. Oof.
Denied.
You denied his glasses. Oh. Let's go. Come on. Fight ya. Fight ya. Let's go. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I'm the little goose. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Like the intimidation one I'll do. Even though I don't have to really do it. Alright, let's see, you guys. I'm not getting a lot of feedback from you. Let's see. Oh, trap the shopkeepers in the garage. No clue how I'm going to do that. The bonus one is so freaking difficult. Toothbrush. Alright, let's see. Toothbrush. I still haven't got a toothbrush. Where is the toothbrush at? Can't even figure out where the toothbrush at. This lady keeps chasing me. Oh, she put a new ghost on the side. Oh my goodness. Haha. Wah, wah, wah. Oh. Let's fight. Let's fight. Let's fight. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on. What are you gonna do about this? What are you gonna do about this? Oof. Man, I gotta figure out how to get her in there. Oh, let's go. How did she just fix it that fast? Guys, how the heck did she fix it that fast? Alright, let's go, let's go. Okay, I'm gonna drop this here. Oh, crap. I'm pushing it. Pushing it. Oh. Whoa. Oh. Alright. There you go. Push it. Push it to the limit. She didn't even notice her broom is missing, guys. What? What did you put on the ground? Yeah, 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 yeah. You can't get me with a broom now, can you? Can you? What? Ha ha ha. More ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. She's trapped. Should count, right? Yeah, there you go. Got it. She's trying to get out the garage door. Just goes up the side. I don't know why she banged on that one. Oh, oh, jeez. Jeez. I'm just trying to mind my own business. What? I don't know why she went inside for. Where's the toothbrush? This is the tin can food stuff. Oh, here's the cleaner. I need the cleaner. Let's get the cleaner over there. Still looking for his plane. I hate it, kiddo. You're never getting it back. You have to pay for it. Ransom. For treating me like a common geese. Goose. Not your normal goose. Alright, bud. Alright, we're gonna get out of here with tin food. Still don't know where the brush is at. Oh, no, it's a toothbrush. It's a toothbrush. Don't know where the toothbrush is at. I know. Here's the hairbrush. We really got a, like, shopping spree right now. Jeez. I have the one thing left, babe.
Oh yeah?
The toothbrush. I have to figure out where the hell the toothbrush is at. No idea. Me neither. Totally lost. And I'm the one playing the game. It's not the toothbrush. Yeah, how am I missing the toothbrush? I'm just walking through here, like, no one's stopping me. Oh, is the toothbrush down here? Can I not see the toothbrush? Is that what it is? Nope, it's not in this. I'm just wrecking this poor lady's store, looking for a toothbrush. Let's see. There's tomatoes and stuff.
It's gotta be inside one of those buckets.
Which one?
Right there, the blue ones, the blue buckets. Where they have a bunch of small stuff in.
Oh, that's what I thought, but I can't reach the top.
Can you climb on top of something?
Mm-mm. No jumping, nothing. I can't do any of that. I can't have a pick up a stick and beat things with it. No, I don't want that. What's in this? Is it? Oh, I got a tulip. I don't need a tulip. Nope, don't need that either. Let me double check. This says toothbrush.
Yep.
And no, that's not it. Don't want
I
that.
still think it's in one of those blue things. Somehow you have to get up there. Can you pull the paper towels off top there?
Oh, you know what? No, babe, you did an amazing job. Cause you brought up the fact that I can pull things. Should be able to pull this, shouldn't I? No, it's not letting me grab on anything.
Maybe use the rake to hit something up there? I don't know.
It's a good, it's a good freaking question.
Alright, I'm gonna take the dog outside and try and cook dinner.
Okay. Thanks, Fable. Wait, why? You're trying to take him out back to go. question. What is going on? What am I supposed to do? I am stuck, guys. I need some help. Some backup. Where's this toothbrush at? Oh, I found the toothbrush! I was hiding in the trash can all this time. I don't want that. That's what I want. Got the toothbrush. Bingo! 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 Bonga! FBI, open up! Oh, they want my toothbrush. No, they can't have it. Run. Why? Oh my goodness. I am so excited. Got a toothbrush. Gone shopping. Gone shopping on a Tuesday. You're gonna stop me. No, you can't stop me, guys. This goose is on the loose. And I'm gonna run with every corny line I can get out of this stream today. Man, what do you want? What do you want, man? Let's see, hold on. Where's the next one? Did I miss something? Maybe I should just go on to the new area? Let's mess around with this. Can I unplug this? Can I unplug this? Oh. Could have done that. I probably would have distracted her enough that I could have made it. Let's see. What's back here? Going on a trip on a magic rocket ship to the woods. Just scrolling. Ooh, what's this? I can just push through this? Let's see. Push, tie, push. Aha. Almost got it. We got it going on. How do you like the day? He's like, what's going on? He doesn't know, guys. But the goose is about to wreck his day. No. Oh man. The goose is in the house. Is there a new one? Yes, I did. Make someone break the fancy vase. Help the woman dress up the bust. Make the man spit out his tea. Get dressed up with a ribbon. Make the man go barefoot. Man, oh man, guys, come on. Oh. Oof. You guys feel that wind? It's me. Whooshing in the wind. Whooshing in the wind. Gotta be a vato worth a Anybody else on? I am so warm right now. It's not even funny. Aha, he's dropped his tea. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, man? You can't catch me? You can't catch me? I don't know what I'm doing with this hat. I'm just making a run for it. He's never getting his hat back. Let's see. Ooh. Can I get through here? No, I can't get through there. What are we doing this way? Let's see, guys. It's a wishing well. Wishing you well. See, do the washing and bra pair of socks and slippers. Alright, I figured out that. Okay, let's go back. Let's see if we can go figure this out. This is like one hell of a puzzle game. One hell of a puzzle game. I can't get through there. I can get through the fence back there. This guy wanted his hat. Too bad. It's about to get... Damn right. He dropped his tea. How could he drop his tea? You didn't see what I did? I'm on the front! On the front! Let's give him a bat, guys. Let's give him a bat. Next one, break the fancy vase. Help the woman dress up the bust. Make the man spit out his teeth. Get dressed up with a ribbon. Make the man go barefoot. Oof. Do the washing. Maybe we should look around. Maybe it's something to... No, I can't go that way. What is she doing? She's like spying on him? Looks like he's spying. Don't mind me. Don't mess with me, man. Let's go make someone. I keep accidentally hitting the directional keys. If you want to call them directional keys. Nice. Yeah, don't mind me. Ooh. Fancy. Okay, okay. She's like, no, a precious statue. No. Oh, she's annoyed now. Why? Oh, guys, I'm just kind of losing my voice tonight. It's like crazy. Trying to figure out how to get this bell, because that's gonna be how I get him to spit out his tea. Ah! Oh, that was the effective. That was effective. That was awesome. Gotta assume that she's just gonna go for it. No. She's like, that dang bell. I can't do it anymore. Oh, she's setting it up again. She's setting it up again. She's gonna pick it up. She's gonna pick it up. Yep. No. No, didn't work. Didn't work. Oof. So wait, hold on. Oh, make someone break the vase, the fancy vase. Okay. Oh, it didn't break though. Maybe when she puts it on it. Dang, so close. So close. Shoot, guys, this is hard. Didn't think I ever struggled this much with the game. She's trying to put the frog back. Pick up the fancy vase. Come on, let's go. You know you want to pick it up. This goose got business. You gotta pick it up, man. Come on. Oh, so close. Maybe you have to do it from a farther height. What do you guys think? So this is what we got right now. We got make someone break the fancy vase. Help the woman dress up the bust. Don't know how we're gonna do that. Get dressed up with a ribbon. Oh, that should be pretty easy, right? Make the man go barefoot. Do the wash. So we need to do a bra, a pair of socks, slippers, and a bar of soap. It's gonna be crazy. Let's see, you guys. There we go. Run, run. How could this be? How dare you? Do I have to take it to some water or something? What do I have to do with this? Do I have to get it wet? Is that all I have to do? Oh, interesting. What's this? It's over here. It's another hole in her fence. She's been pulling the stuff. What the heck? Let's see. I mean, that gets her to drop it, but doesn't break the boss at that much of a. What's in here? You can pull this open? Oh. Nah, that's not gonna work, is it? Not gonna work? Oh, I got this. What is? Oh, so. Oh. Okay, I found another way over. Whoa. That is crazy. Maybe I can get him to break the boss. You guys think I can get him to break the boss? Let's see what's going on. She fixed that. That's the only way over. Fancy boss is gonna be broken. Broken-hearted Voss, and you're not gonna understand. Oh. She's putting that back over. Wants to sneak around. She's not paying attention. I'm gonna deny your satisfaction. Just probably try to find the boss. My best bet is to have this guy drop it, because he's so easily started by the bell. Let's see. Drop the gate here. Aha. No, so close. Shoot. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, so close. Come on. He left the Voss. He left the Voss there. How could he do that? Oh, he sees it now. He sees it now. She hasn't put it back yet. Oh! Oh! He broke the Voss! Oh! Why? Why would you break the Voss, dude? Oh. But succeeded! I'm first stoked. Ah. Man, I'm dying tonight. I don't know why. She's gonna reset the bell. Oh man. I should just move those over there. Let's see, what else do I have to do? Oh, some water in my thumb. Get dressed up with a ribbon. Make the man go barefoot. Do the washing. So I left the washing off because I have no clue how to wash it. Hey, okay, look at that, dude. I clicked the wrong button. Well, I got the ribbon. Oh. Ha ha ha, I took it out of her hand. See if I can make it back before she gets. Maybe that's what I need to do. I just need to hide the duck. Hide this duck. She never see the difference. I'm just gonna say, ooh, that boss is broken. Now she's gonna get the ribbon. These guys do things in such interesting orders. I'm about to be pretty goose. Guys, look. So we got this to go, right? We got help the woman dress up in the bus. Get her dressed up with a ribbon. Make the man go barefoot. Have no clue how we're gonna do that. That's a good question. And do the washing. It's still a hard one. I'm gonna. Man, I wish I had someone here to help me out right now. I would die for some help. Let's see. Die for some help. I That's not what I mean, man. Don't take it in that way, yo. Don't kill me. I want to live. Oh, man. Oh, still waiting for this woman. Where's she at? There she is. I forgot I was at tab. Paused and all. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. Or she's gotta take it off. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You put it on me. Oh, here's the soap. Found the soap. Found the soap, but what do I do with the soap? Oh, do I do this? Oh, do I put it in the bird bath? That would make sense. Why is there soap outside anyways? This lady has some interesting ideas. How's that face holding together? Jeez. Make all the noise in the world. It's like, oh my goodness, that's so loud. She doesn't know where it came from. She never know. Only I will know. The bra stealer. Ha ha ha. She's like, ah, gotta set the. We gotta set that. Alright, let's see. Gotta drop the bra in the wash. Oh, nope. No, that wasn't it. Oh, are you kidding me? So I have to run across, I bet. I have to drop it in this bird bath? Can I drop it in this bird? Does he have a pole? Oh, he's got this. Aha. It's like, ooh, pretty ribbon. Oh, food smells so good right now. I might just stop stream to go cook and move stream to cook. Yeah, you got the soap and the bird and the bath. A pair of socks, a slipper, a bra. So I only have to go one. Okay. She just dropped. Oh, I can grab this. Nice. Do I need a paintbrush? Here. This is dressed up to the bust. How do you dress up the bust? Thoughts, guys. Thoughts. So sad that there's no one on here to help me. Oh. Yeah, you do that. What was that? Why did I look like I flew? Let's see. Grab this. I want to run away from this lady. She's over there. Where's she going? Paintbrush. Go ahead and pay for the paintbrush. Oh. Not getting away. I'm getting away, lady. You're not gonna get me. Oof. The ball part. Ball has probably something to do with it. Yeah. Come on. Aha. Yeah. What are you gonna do about that? Yeah. Wet slippers now, bud. Buddy, you got some wet slippers. He he goes for those bars so. Slippers soft and wet. Throws it back over. Oh no. Not taking my... Oh man, I'm stuck, guys. Psych! Still won't take off his slippers. So I got the bra on there. Trying with frog. Frog time. Frog in the city. Oh, move out of my way, buddy. Bara's over there now too. He just throws it back over. He's so fucked up. Let's see. Just still over there. Alright. She's over there. Okay, let's see. Let's go for her. Make a run. She can't follow me over. She can't follow me over. Ah ha ha ha. Oh ha 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 ha. No, he's not gonna get me. He's not gonna get me. He's not gonna get me. Oh yeah. Oh, he got it from me. He pulled it off. No, I was doing so good. I worked hard. Haha, sucker. I'm gonna work to get it back on me. She's all confused. She doesn't know what to do. She's like, I gotta fix the gate. Just stand here. Let's see if she'll do it. She's gonna put the... She's not gonna fall for it now. She's gonna fall for it for a second time. Jehoshaphat. That is loud to me. Like, I can't imagine the guy's poor ears. So... No! They can't do this to me. Why? So I have to be not seen. So I have to be like super sneaky. Super sneaky. Can't let them see me. No, saw me. Dang it. Ugh. Oh man, that's crazy. Ugh. Hold on. We gotta take a break. Back. Be right back. Be right.
Yeah.
Then we can sit here and talk about it. But I'll just put it just in chat.
I can do this.
Feeling goosey.
Don't forget to change all of your.
Yeah, I will. Oh, that changed. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I feel like it's so weird doing this because I can't see myself like switch because I can switch the scene, so I'm like zoomed in. I can switch it back out.
I need a bath.
Yeah.
Some yogurt.
Yeah.
And a place to go.
Oh.
Duty!
Oh my gosh, Maples.
I have to find it. I wasn't able to look it up while I was out here. There we go.
What up?
So this is saved for web. So then it brings it up.
Okay.
And then I can choose down here how big I want it by.
I think Zenith was too tired last night to send me the panels. Or what I set them up today. Why is Discord hurting? How Discord's hurting your growth? Streaming. What's up?
I hit the wrong buttons.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't do it with this one, but you essentially have to make it like a full square. You know, it can't be this rectangle. So I would have to.
Oh, it's a required update. While we're waiting for this to decide what it needs to do, update or whatever. So many updates. Guys, you want them to believe it? Just kidding. Definitely would. And while I'm waiting, I'm going to add this. I'm going to put game capture. I'm going to put freaking keys sticky. So, capture. I like to say capture foreground window with hotkey. How would I do that? How would I catch that? Let's see.
Alright, so
Settings.
PNG 24. So essentially this is what it would look like to have Maple as an icon.
That's pretty dope.
And then that's the itty bitty icon you see. Oh my god.
Well, you just have like a big, large expanse of stuff. And the emotes are pretty small, anyways. So.
Yeah. But essentially, this is how I do it now. So I can
Sweet.
draw it at the size I want and then shrink it. Still wouldn't draw it too big because you don't want to be adding too much to squeeze down. But
Gotcha. Let's see. Stop streaming. Transgressions. Video mode. Stop streaming. No. Enable preview. In the stream. That's not what I want.
what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to capture the foreground window. And I'm not sure how to do that per se. F2. And then F11 maybe. Why? No, I don't see how you would do that. Wrong one.
Slowly getting all of my sticky notes up there as to how to do things.
Congrats.
Thank you. Feeling very proud. Feeling very.
Enthusiastic.
I mean, yes and no. It's like 50-50. Now it's like I have to redo all that work.
I'm being mad if Cloud starts crashing again. They just then. I haven't had to update my drivers. My game driver. There you go. Cloud's up and running. I don't know if it changed my stuff on there.
What the heck?
I'll get some goose. What?
I tried to type in the Twitch emote
Yeah.
and it wasn't letting me type. It just literally like ignored everything I just typed back in.
That's some bull crap. Let's see. Set it in the game, guys. Gonna switch it up. I'm live? What do you mean I'm live? I should have been live this whole time. Mixer is such a pain in the butt, man. I'll figure it out eventually. Cod chillin'. Yeah, I can use it. Some cookie like that. Call of Duty. Modern Warfare. Come get some goose. Come get some goose, guys. It's all about the goose. Right, babe? All about that goose, no trouble.
There's another note. So many.
What's that?
I said so many notes. So his moderator in here is Beth, and his mod has given like 600 subs.
Jeez, Louise.
69.
Like, I wonder in like a what time frame?
Like throughout the entirety of the stream.
600 mods? I mean
600
subs?
Yeah.
Eesh.
That's $3,338
How
at
you're
minimum.
overdoing. Yeah. No one cares about the math, Sam.
And that's assuming he's given out only tier 1s.
Right. Probably only tier 1.
And he does bits. He does 500 bits at a time, which is $5.
500 for one bit? I mean, $1 for a bit?
No, it's a penny.
Penny for a bit? Oh, yeah, okay. Figures.
All the money.
All the monies?
All the money.
All the monies. It's all about the monies. No trouble. I think I'll start like one game real quick and then get out. Because my stomach's yelling at me. Hi guys. Babe, did I lose you?
What do you mean?
No. Just Twitch being Twitch. Boom, 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 boom. All right. And why do I get placed with people who have a rank of 19? Like, how long for the rice, by the way?
Don't know.
Forgot to check. But it was just heating up, wasn't it?
Literally just put it in.
It was just heating up. Gonna lose my mind. Kidding.
Gunfight. Eliminate all enemies or capture the overtime flag to win.
Like, on site, ready.
To the grinder.
Remember that time?
Oh, you freaking headshot me. What, babe?
So do you remember that time that we put a bunch of rice in there and I forgot that there wasn't a pan in there, so it just went everywhere and got in everything?
Did you just do that again?
No. I just found one of the rice kernels. You know where the timer is? There's a rice kernel at the bottom of it, and you can see the
Nice,
little
babe.
rice picking up. I just thought it was really funny.
You freaking kidding me? My guy already died.
Accomplish the mission.
Oh.
Back in.
Alright. They're gonna be pushing. I'm just gonna sit back. We'll see.
Find them and kill them.
He says he's kind of laggy, babe.
Who?
My partner says he's kind of laggy.
Oh. Sorry, do you
That's
wanna
why he's
accept
getting
those
pwned right
excuses?
now.
Now.
That's okay. I'm rusty. It's fine. Oh, you freaking kidding me? I had him in my sights. Watch. Yeah, I already shot him. I shot him straight in the head too. But he got like all these body shots in, I guess. So it's he's lucky. Oh, you freaking kidding me? And my guy already died already. He didn't even exist. I should just hop out.
Killed him.
Just hop out being that guy. Oh, it's not even my guy, it's the other guy across the map. Oh, well. Freaking done already. Oh, he got 1 kill on him. Oh, you freaking kidding me? I freaking shot so fast. Should have drop shot him.
Take
Sound good.
We stay alive.
Oh, I got tired of waiting. I'll be the one that dies first this time. My teammate can't freaking do anything. Dude, he's behind you right now.
Hard day.
Sorry, I've got to rage a little bit here, guys. GG though. GG. I wish I would just show you what ones we had, like, automatically unlocked. So you wanted to go through here and, like, go over them and make sure. Because it drives me nuts that I see that damn square there. Like, you gotta be kidding me. I want a stim pack. Oh. I want to play SAS. I need to do a campaign mission. I can't believe I have to do the Piccadilly campaign mission. The one nice. I'll take it. What, is there seriously a ad running in the background on my video just now? Yeah, I'm just closing out. I'm not freaking kidding. I'm sitting here like listening to this ad run. I'm like, I'm not trying to sponsor other people, like, or advertise stuff that has nothing to do with me.
Gunfight. Eliminate all enemies or capture the overtime flag to win. No mistakes, no prisoners.
Oh, he saw me already. How did he even see me? All I saw was bush. Oh, you know what? He saw my little not hit marker,
Give it to them.
head marker, gamer tag. Freaking killed. I was assuming this guy who is level 9 is pretty good, to be honest. He's probably been just playing this. Oh, you freaking kidding me? My head hurts.
If you can stand, you can fight.
No. I'm having a really bad night with this.
Show them what we do.
Alright, let's see. What's that?
Is the music playing?
Yeah. I don't know why you're playing music though. As much as that'd be nice. Oh.
Nothing. Prepare to fight.
The reason why I don't really want music is because I can't hear footsteps and stuff as much.
That's happened.
No. Maybe you're relaxing. Just leave it. Thanks, baby.
You are the last man standing. They're making us fight for it. Give it to them.
What's that?
I said I put it most of the way through. I put on like an hour and a half one so like we didn't have to worry about it. So I just fast forwarded for most of it.
Okay. Thanks, babe.
Clear. Move.
You freaking kidding me? Sorry, I'm so raging so hard right now. Something must have changed. There's something off about me right now. I just took my settings.
Their confidence
No,
grows.
no,
Use it
no,
against them.
You know, I might just be rusty. No. Let's see.
New store. Take this round.
Confidence grows. It's 5-0. Of course it grows. Are you freaking kidding me, man?
Enough of this. Fall back.
I didn't even get one kill. I didn't get one kill at all. I made my confidence is taking a beating now. That was the last game. They won. You like leave so I can go. Well, I leveled up. Supposedly. No, I will not. Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe. I might just be too hard on myself right now. I might just need a few games to win, to warm up. Usually I'm more aggressive. In this case, I'm being super less aggressive, or too aggressive, and not checking my corners. I don't know. You can't really change your perks here, so. The perks are out to your weapon loadout. So. Yeah, we got one more person. Yay! You're opening outer went the other side. That's not good. Not good at all. I was looking forward to him, guys. You're urban. Uppin'. Whoop. Oompa Gundam style. Oompa Gundam style.
Catbug! I need a bath.
Yeah.
Some yogurt. Yeah. And a place to go. Duty!
Eliminate all enemies or capture the overtime flag to win. We've been clear. Move.
Damn, they took him out
It's
fast.
up to you. Get it done.
Thanks, man. Just want a mukbang? Oh, I am off tonight. I can't even hold my
Pick it up.
gun on. Are you guys ready for some rock and roll? can you smell what the rock is cooking? Okay, so maybe I should just turn this down a bit.
Give it to them. Kill them all or die trying.
Let's see. Oh, fuck. Ooh.
They're making us fight.
Something coming. Something coming. First kill though. Yep. So. Oh, usurper. He's at a good angle. Even if you're ducked down, I should have hit my control. Can you slide into a prone? That'd be awesome.
They're willing to die for their mission. So be it.
Ooh, nice round win. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Turn down the sensitivity helped a little bit. I don't know why, but it did.
Die trying.
Just a little bit. Off on my aim down sight and where is he?
All that is left. Finish it.
Oh,
Making us fight for it.
dang! I didn't know where he went to. Oh, who's behind me? No, he hopped off the bridge. Oh, he hopped down on my. Oh man, that was a good call by him. Probably behind you, dude.
You have to even play. Go after it.
Dude, take the flag.
They're taking the objective.
Oh, alright.
No mistake.
That works. I'll take that. Ooh, he's got 5 kills now. I got only 2. Eat.
Advance. You're the last. Fight or die.
Oh. Oh, are you serious?
You can fight. Get ready.
I'm bad at this pistol, man. He just chopped me in the throat. Karate chop.
Get down to this round. Вперед. Push them back.
Let's see. Oh, you freaking kidding me?
Abort mission. Regroup.
Alright, sorry guys, I'm gonna turn the mic off and
Lyrics in chat?
Hey, Lyric. Just eating food. Got my mic off right now. Just give me a second, man. But anyways, how's your day? What you been up to? You gonna hop on some COD and play, man? No problem, man. No rush. It's fine. This is gonna happen in an actual match instead of doing the gunfight. Alright, I'm back in action. Hold on. Excuse me. Like I said, Larry, you don't have to rush, man. It's good. Just need to get off a gunfight. Man, just get my butt kicked. Well, while we're waiting here, we'll look at some Twitter. Some lady from the swimming place in Queensland called me to tell me that my kids are doing really well, and honestly, I'm so proud of them, but the problem is I don't have kids. It must be one hell of his kids that you don't have. Should double check that phone number. I bet it was just a scammer. But like, hey, your kids are with me. You know, if you don't come pick them up, you're gonna. No, I'm kidding. It's probably not that bad, but it's bad enough to be like, they want you to pay more money for having them there longer if you don't make it in time.
Making all the noise over here. I apologize.
Yeah, all the noise. How dare you? How dare you make so much noise, babe? It's funny, they're gonna patch in the next update. Them yelling out, because they'll actually yell to tell other people that there's an enemy, which gives your position away, and then they yell reloading, and even your enemies can hear you.
That doesn't sound.
Yeah, right? Oh, fuck. Alright, dude. You didn't rush in.
You're needed at A. Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy at the cafe. You're needed at A. Enemy care package inbound. We've lost Alpha.
Oh, freak! I thought that was my own guy. Not some rando. Jeez, man. My guy, I can't believe he left. Unless they killed him. And I didn't notice. I didn't see no skulls above their heads.
Enemy cluster strike incoming. Enemy halfway there. Step across. We control C. Enemy personal radar in the air. We're taking B.
I'm like waiting for them to come back.
Enemy at the cafe.
I guess not. Must have died. Yeah, they must have died.
Enemy precision.
Someone was pissed.
Take cover.
Nice. Just took down a helicopter with my gun.
Enemy holds 2 objectives. Keep hitting them.
My M4 of all things.
Enemy at the cafe.
Someone dying over here. That's what I'm hearing.
Gathering low. Capturing.
Ooh, someone looks like they're getting butt kicks.
Captured.
Oh,
Enemy at the contact. Going burn.
I got my revenge. Yes. Sweet, sweet, sweet revenge. Yeah, I should get an assist for that one. That was a fair assist there. All right. Take the capture points. You're back. You're good, Lyric. It's fine, dude. Like I said, I was just gonna play a match, an actual match. Where the hell did it go?
Enemy at bomb shop. Personal radar drone.
Oh, I got an assist for that. I was trying to predict his
The advantage.
where he was gonna run.
Losing Alpha. Enemy at the back end.
Will you guys stop dying? I'm trying to carry this team. You keep dying.
We've lost Alpha. Enemy at the crossroads. This is Falcon 3-0.
Bowls back to the kitchen.
Inbound.
Yeah.
Anything else I can get for you?
No, not at the moment. Oh man, you guys see that? I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Thanks, Larry, for asking. I'm just, you know, going nuts on on COD. It's been a wild ride. I was flaming pretty hard earlier.
Taking Bravo. Enemy precision airstrike. Inbound. Captured Bravo.
Blame myself mad. I mean, that even makes sense. There's a lot of different definitions for flaming. I'm just not sure which one is the correct one in this case. Let's just put it this way: I was freaking mad because I kept freaking dying. Oh crap! You saw movement, but you just called me out. I was doing fine. Then until well, you saw the bullets, but oh well. So Lyric, where you at? What rank are you at right now? Yeah, I'm just standing in the middle of the field. It's okay. No one can judge my ability to sneak up on the enemy. All right. Oh, you freaking kidding me? I'm stuck. I can't get through the window. Should probably crouch.
Enemy UAV overhead.
So you're only 65. I don't want to hear your only 65 shit. All right. We both know 65. You worked freaking hard for. All right. Okay, it's back there.
Enemy UAV overhead.
No, that's not the UAV. UAV. Where is it?
I see movement.
Oh, he's freaking sniped me. Freaking. Precision airstrike. Oof. I didn't know it showed up on the right side. Okay. What's that? Okay. Freaking staying inside. You guys are crazy.
Charlie.
Yeah, we're losing Charlie. See how much damage they've been doing to us, man? We're about to win this game. My team is not even trying to conquer any points right now. Just FYI. Freaking gone us. Gone us. Trying to keep that, you know, kill or death low, you know? But apparently I went 50-50. Damn straight, I died checks 255 times for it. That's too many times, man. That's too many times. Chill out, man. Just, no one wants to do that. What the heck was that? It's like I'm here just trying to stream my game, have a good time, and these guys be yelling out random crap. Nah, I don't want to. You gonna hop on, man? Here, let me leave the lobby real quick. I'm gonna turn party talk out, voice chat off, so I'm not hearing random people yell stuff across my damn. Counter UAV, a drone that constantly emits a scrambling signal, disabling any enemy mini-maps and incrementally disrupting their senses the closer they get to it. Okay, cool. As nice as that would be, it doesn't give you a map back. Like, you know what I mean? Like how this is what they're gonna show you. Look at scrambled. Do. And he can shoot it. Yeah, I already knew that. Dude, you gonna shoot it or what? No, I guess he's not gonna shoot it down. I don't know what to do, man. Let's see. Let's watch this tutorial. You guys like this tutorial? This freaking sucks. Airstrike. I don't think I have anything past 7. Let's see. Do what I want. VTOL. Let's go. VTOL. Oh. Gunship. Gotta get 12 kills for that, man. That's too crazy, dude. Let's see. Let's just go. Let's just switch to 12. Let's switch to 10. Or 8 kills, my bad. 8 kills. So I think I could get the 8 kills before, you know, I get checked out. You're in a party, bro? We're in game. I didn't know Lyric was playing, man. Life is crazy in the fast lane. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Sarah, oh, you changed your name, dude? Lyric, I didn't know you changed your name, man. The O'Rourke Snow. What do I want to play? I'm just doing domination stuff right now. I think that's a lot better. I really want to progress XP wise. Unless you want to do some gunfight, I can do some gunfight with you. I think we do pretty good if we both gunfight. Want to hop in Discord and do that though? I have no clue what you clicked. I totally thought you were in your own party, dude. Team deathmatch. Okay, we'll take it. And then domination. Yeah, it changed on us. What's going on, dude? Why is it changing on us? I'm so terrible at gunfight. It's so sad. How are you terrible at gunfight? I don't believe you for 1 second because you're always like, chill, and you're like, nah. You be murdering people. You're already at 65, and I can't even think of how many hours you've been playing. Probably more than me, but I don't trust you, man. I don't trust you. Alright. You're always too humble about your own skills. I hate that they just dropped us in this game like willy-nilly.
The objective.
Like they must have them. I mean, we might have A and B, and C might be ours shortly, but.
Target spotted.
Yes, thank you for calling my position out. Way to go, buddy.
2 objectives secure.
Alright, well, who killed him? Oh, you did. Snow. I'm just gonna call you Snow. Like you know nothing, Jon Snow. Hey, you gotta go back, because there's a guy there. He just killed me. Never mind, I'll get him, it's fine. Apparently not. Did someone else kill him? Sure, enemies in the area.
Enemy personal radar online.
I don't know where they're at. The win is imminent. So we brought in you guys to be the ones to win.
They're taking Alpha.
Third B. Nice victory! With like 1 death.
Solid.
Dude. I need some mental help right now. Storm, dude. You're making a play of the game. GG, GG, GG. 10-10 game? What do you mean 10-10 game? You mean 10-10 game as in you did 10-10? Or you're 10-10? I don't know anymore. My soul's on fire. Just play domination, dude. Don't worry about me. I'll eventually get up to some level that I cannot reach. Let's go. Mortal Kombat. It's gonna be me. Clean myself up. That's the only Mortal Kombat you're gonna see. Dude, I'm so close to affiliate. I just need 3 average viewers out of all my streaming time. No, all my streaming time or just some of it. It's confusing. Ooh, we're in a party, sort of. This guy's got a shield. Everyone's running with M4s. We're all like, watch us. We racking, we slapping. I try to be average. You try to be average. I try to just like, be better than what I was yesterday. And that only works so much. Probably could have changed stuff. I could be so more like different. What's the word? More selective in the stuff I take. Let's take Alpha. I just want the points. I got your back right now. Going low, you go high. Watch my 6, I'll watch your 12. Like waiting for them to come. Come on. Come on. Kick your little heads out. You already shot. I know you did. Forget it. You're never gonna shoot. You're too scared. The reality. Ooh, that saved that guy's life. I decided to go back up here. Yeah, they're gaining ground. We just got in the game. Get him, Snow. Apparently, help me! Turn around, Snow! Average viewer. Damn you, Lyric. You got me. Can't believe you, bro. How would you do that to me, man? What are you sitting at right now? Freaking 3 kills, dude, and 2 deaths. Like,
Be online.
yeah, I'm freaking average.
I've got movement.
Where? Movement where? Yes, that was so specific. Ah, frick it.
Enemy hold 2 objectives.
Oh, you
Dominating.
dude, I'm just having a tough time, man.
Captured Alpha.
Oh, okay. I'm confused. Everyone's shooting each other? That's fine, right? I saw him first. That's not fair, man. I might have to turn down my
On station.
aim sensitivity. Did I even save?
Bravo, stand by.
Tell me that saved. Yeah, it did.
Bravo secure.
You guys know they're going for Alpha, right? Unless you guys killed them. Which I thought you guys did not.
Contact.
Oh, I headshot him and he still killed me. No. They're all going for Alpha. Saw him when I respawned.
We hold 2 objectives. Keep them secure. Enemy has Alpha.
Oh crap! I just got a bunch of kills off of that one grenade throw.
Grenade out.
Oh frick! I freaking missed that grenade throw. Where are they at?
Enemy at the cave entrance.
Oh frick!
Losing C.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? I just missed all those shots. I'm freaking butterfinger today. Oh, you! I was running already. Should just waited. Man, I'm making some mistakes today. You know what? I might be beating myself up because I had a little bit to drink. Can't handle your liquor, bro. Come on, I'm waiting for somebody to show up. Where did it go?
Enemy at the cave entrance.
The enemy controls 2 objectives. They're gaining ground.
Nice.
For that all day.
That revenge.
UAV online.
Alright.
Securing Alpha.
They got UAV up.
Alpha secure.
Enemy at the
Losing B. Enemy has Bravo. Enemy personal radar online.
Oh, freak. Whoa! Like, blew myself up. Ah, I got myself killed.
Enemy UAV online.
They're going A, bro. We're gonna lose A.
Enemy holds all of
A, bro.
We're losing this fight.
Oh, did someone throw a grenade at me? Nah, they're shooting, dude. Don't go outside. Oh, there's someone shot that heli down.
VTOL jet inbound. Enemy care package inbound.
Oof. Dude, seriously?
contact.
Freaking nuking stuff. Alright. It's a contact. Contact where? I freaking hate when they say contact.
UAV online.
Got him.
2 objectives. Take them back.
That was a savior. Save your abundant cheeks. Some ass clapping. Oh! Who freaking just did that? You're freaking kidding me. Alright, they got him for me. I should get an assist for that. Yeah, okay, I got capture assist. Oh. What did I just see? Watch out, Snow to the left. Oh, frick. They're back at 80 again. No, never mind, I lied. It's VTOL jet. I forgot that you're not on Discord chat with me, so you're missing like half of time that I maybe helping you. Ooh, Kingslayer. Kingslayer. Remember that name. And there's only one game. I was gonna say pain, but remember the name and get that game. Get that game. Oh, you freaking kidding me? I saw him first. I saw him first. It's supposed to be mine. Oh, he did go for the other guy who was standing. He goes for the guy pointing a gun at him. It's fine.
Enemy taking Alpha. Reloading. Enemies capturing Alpha.
Oh, who shot me? That guy shot me, and there was another guy over there. Let's see.
Enemy at the Stone Bridge.
Enemies in the area. Enemy personal radar online.
He was looking through the window too long, bro. Oh, freak, that was you, Snow. I'm a dork. Never call me a pork.
Friendly UAV on
Did you just die over here?
Bravo.
Did you really just run in the middle and die?
Allied cruise missile on the way. We lost Bravo. Enemy care package inbound.
Come on.
Regroup.
I'm like waiting.
We're losing Alpha. We're on Bravo. Stand by. Enemy holds all objectives.
Hey, Snow, that's my kill.
Alpha. We're holding Bravo.
You freaking came out of spawn? Oh, you spawned. Behind you, dude. They're gonna get in the cave behind you. Oh, too late. Too late. They're behind you, man. Eee, that hurt.
We'll come prepared.
Butt cheek barbar. Dude, you hop in a Discord with me. There's so many times I've been telling you stuff and then you're not. You can't even hear me. I'm like, why? Unless you're watching me with your phone. Be a superhero. Don't worry about me, cause I'm just gonna die inside. Joining what? Question is, which one did he go for? And apparently I can't hear you, so hold on a second. Freaking Discord. It's always messing with my stuff. Oh, you know what it is? No, I should be able to hear you, man. Lurk, you forgot your mic or something? He left the call. No, he left the call. Fine, I'll leave the call. I'll leave the call. I see how it is. I see how it is. Alright, join call. Alright, can you hear me?
Jesus. I never joined the call, that's why I left it.
Oh, weird. Because I called.
Yeah, my thing
And
wasn't
it made
okay.
it look like you joined it. Oh, maybe you never left in the first place? You're always just in the call. Usually it stops. The bandwidth police usually.
I got
Take them back.
really bad echo.
Do you? Oh. You got the stream going?
No. It's myself.
Oh, it's
Probably through your mic. It's okay.
alright, we'll figure it out. Oh, man, that was nice. I got like 3 kills off the back there. They're at B.
I don't know what B is. Can you explain?
Personal radar ready for deployment.
Bravo.
Oh, uh-huh. Yeah. It's a little bit better.
Then I need to explain anymore? Dude.
Yeah, I still don't understand.
Straight track.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You don't need to know what I'm talking about.
Is it the C? Is that what you're talking about?
Huh?
I don't know. Is it the C flag? He's in the corner.
2 of them? 'Cause I saw like 4.
Enemy in the towers.
Get him, Ty. Get him.
I would. I had to reload.
I saved you.
Thanks. You killed him?
Yeah, I got him. It's okay.
Okay. Freak. Like low health. I had like 3 shots and the gun left, and I was like, this ain't happening.
You should have shot. Prayed to the bullet RNG.
I shot. No, I did shoot him, and it's
And you
hit
shoot
him,
him
but
enough.
I ran out, and then he decked behind, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm. Oh, they're back at B again. Bravo. That'd be Bravo Tango, sir. That'd be Bravo Tango. Or Bravo Foxtrot, technically, because it's a flag. Or Charlie,
Yeah,
however
okay.
you want to put it.
UAV on station.
Yeah, Charlie. I like Charlie.
Ooh, dude, he just came here and molested him.
Holding two. Have the advantage.
Thought for sure he was in that corner.
Yeah, watch out. I'm going through a grenade.
Enemy UAV online.
Oh, we lost? I know, we joined like halfway through. I'm like, I had 7-2 deaths. Like, come on. That's
I went
7-2.
positive. Oh boy.
Hey, okay. I go positive a lot. Just 'cause
I
I've
don't.
been in every like 10 matches already. 10 out of 11. More negative than 10 out of 11 matches, man. That's good. That's the best you can be in COD, right? If you go positive, man, you're just messing up. Oh well, you have to give Sam a shout out. She cooked dinner tonight. It was bomb. Helped his stomach, his brain. So what you been up
There's
to,
an
man?
echo.
What's that?
Hold on. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear.
That didn't help.
Oh, you're trying to get rid of the echo.
Yeah, it's really loud.
Yes. Are you sure it's not me?
It might be. You're gonna.
Let's see. Let me figure out where you're at, man. I didn't think I was eating twice. That could be. I need to go back into Discord. Because Discord loves doing this crap to me.
Discord's been a bitch lately. I don't know what the hell is wrong with it.
I don't know, man. This shouldn't be me, but
Capture and defend the objective.
I don't know. You're fine.
how about this? Can you hear
Oh
me?
wait, I hear game audio now.
You're... Okay. How about this?
Got your back.
Hello?
Still. Yeah. Can you hear me?
No, that's. I hear you. Hear myself.
You hear yourself again?
Enemies capturing Bravo.
Oh yeah.
Enemy at the K then.
You don't have me on your.
Lost Bravo.
No, no. I don't hear you twice.
You don't hear you twice. You hear yourself twice.
Yeah, I hear myself
Oh,
twice.
Yeah. Okay, it's my fault. I know what it is.
Okay.
I thought you hear me twice.
No.
I was trying to react.
I wouldn't
accordingly.
be. Yeah, I wouldn't be complaining if I heard you. It's really hard to talk when I. Oh my god! Stop.
Don't say anything. Just stay
Bravo
there.
secure.
I'm dying. Help!
Yeah. So many ways.
No. Help, please.
How should I help you? You mental, physical, emotional?
Definitely physical. Well, no, I don't.
No, I can't help you now, bro.
We hold 2 objectives. Keep them.
You can help me a second time. We're just got a second life,
We've taken the lead.
and a third, and a 99th.
Oop, freak. I almost thought I was gonna make it out of that.
That's where the problem is. You thought. You should have. Should have known. You were like, yeah, I'm gonna make it out of this.
Well, like,
Then
I
you
was like,
would've.
if I'd been a second faster, I would have been out and saved. But I got me.
Taking Alpha. We lost Alpha.
Just taking Alpha. I don't care about Alpha. I don't care about Bravo. Bravo's the one that.
I don't care about you.
Taking my ass. Oh, behind me. What's Willie831 doing there? Okay, he came from Charlie.
Enemy at the destroyed
I
building.
just want to make sure I knew where he was.
We're taking Alpha.
I'm gonna die.
Dude, what? Smoke? Bro,
Bravo.
Enemy at
threw smoke into the flag. Like, that's supposed to help us.
Did it help?
Yeah. One of them died. But,
I guess it helped somebody, right?
I guess.
Enemy personal radar
They're
online.
back. It's Charlie.
We hold 2 objectives. Keep them secure.
He thought he was being sneaky. He was wrong.
That's the guy who's shooting. Nice.
Oh, freaking it. I was making it a good shot. I got a couple rounds in and then he popped me one right in the head. I almost ran over
Friendly
someone.
care package inbound. Enemies in the area.
With your legs?
What is this bush you are talking?
That's
Oop.
not for you.
I got my revenge though. That's all that matters to me.
Oh no.
Enemies here.
Enemies where?
Care package inbound. Personal radar ready.
No. Ah, that's a Claymore.
Personal radar coverage. Losing Bravo. Allied cluster strike inbound. Danger close. Enemy has Bravo.
Enemies had Bravo. Are you an enemy or a villain? Wait, isn't that the same thing?
This is Jack.
Yes.
Personal radar is bingo fuel. Recalling to base.
Oh, man. Me answer all my questions.
I hate me too.
Dude, our guys are
I
spawning
got
at sea, and they're not even trying to take.
Capturing Alpha. Enemy holds 2 objectives. Take them back. We're on Charlie.
Get it? We're ahead of points right now, but man, last time I checked, none of you guys are.
Enemy holds all objectives. We're losing this fight.
We're gonna be losing them in a second.
Got Charlie.
Right?
I got a question. Am I loud?
No. Not to me, anyway.
Because the echo is super loud. And I didn't know if I was loud.
You're probably getting feedback from
Securing B. Friendly care
Well, if it was loud, I would turn it down.
Sam. Will you check my sound, please?
1, 2.
Lyrics counting.
I can't count over 3, so you're talking.
You can't pass 3. Apparently.
We've lost the lead.
I didn't learn my ABCs. Sorry.
Just freaking ran inside of a good time, unless that's our own team. Oh, happened to be shooting at his own guy, and he ran in front of me. That's awesome.
Good job, man.
Oh, man. Just doing Who? About loud.
Enemy personal radar on.
So, my game noise is a bit loud.
Securing A. We're being dominated. Take those
Okay.
positions. Capturing Alpha.
I think I figured out the problem. Lyric.
Oh.
It's a me. It's a Mario.
Am I the Luigi to your Mario?
No, because I'm be still in Peach, so I'm definitely Luigi. Oof. Alright. Go back to Discord. Ah, man. I actually opened Steam.
I do that all the time.
I like
Feels bad.
not even looking for Steam, and Steam's like, I'm here. I am looking for you. Alright, is that better?
Hello? Perfect. Can't hear myself.
Sweet. So what I was doing is like giving you the output from like everything into
Oh, I guess I can.
your amazing ears.
Amazing.
Care package inbound.
My amazing ears.
Oh! What just oh, Claymore. We got Claymore. I forgot. Sucks.
I need to check name my PlayStation after this.
You need a what?
I've been lagging for the past couple of games and I'm not really sure why. Ow.
Allied cluster strike inbound. Danger close.
There's a guy on B.
Okay.
Enemy precision airstrike inbound.
You have one guy over there right now. Until he threw smoke. I can't see crap.
Trying to
Oh,
help.
great. Got from behind. I'm sorry. Smoke only helps sometimes. When you throw it every time, it doesn't always help.
Hi man, I throw smoke at my teammates. That's how
Hey, your
I play.
teammates? Alright, that works.
Uh-huh. Yep.
That's helpful.
I spawn in, throw smoke.
Said no one ever.
Enemies capturing B. Securing A. Losing C. Enemy has Charlie.
Sorry, dude. I just freaking hit you with a grenade. To the left, dude. Watch them.
Why would you do that? Yeah, somebody killed him.
Friendly UAV
Oh, they did.
on station.
Me.
Oh, damn it. They're at the over at A. The entrance to the cave by A. I'll get them. It's fine.
The enemy is taking B. Gotta reload. The enemy controls 2 objectives. Securing Alpha. Enemy holds all objectives. We're losing this fight. We've got Alpha.
Got capture assist for just running through it. Oh, you freaking kidding me? Willie83-1, will you go find somewhere else to spawn? Camp. It's good. Definitely wasn't. Ugh, man. My life. What does it mean to be a Kingslayer? Because I feel like I killed random people and they're never the king. So why would they be?
Kingslayer is when you kill an enemy who's on the top.
That's what I thought, but I've killed like 2 or 3 in like succession. Like unless he respawned and I wasn't paying attention and I killed him again.
Well,
Or he got
Kingslayer
dropped.
can change depending on if they get kills or and stuff. So
Yeah. Ah. Oh, no wonder why we started losing, because we lost people or people quit before the game was over. 1 and 2. So explain why you're bad at gunfight?
I mean, do you want to see? Cause it's pretty bad. I'm just not good with the guns.
You're like, I'm a one-trick man.
Yeah, not even.
What do you mean not even? One trick means you use one gun or one set of stuff and you just run with it.
I use half a gun.
You use half a gun. Such a fucking lie.
Yeah. I mean, here, I'll back out.
Oh, you're good, dude. It's fine.
Oh, we can go do a gunfight. You want to watch me die several times? That's okay. We can do
We're
that.
both going to die several times. What's the point? Yeah, dude, you missed it. I was playing Untitled Goose.
You were playing Duck Duck Goose? Is that what you said?
No, Untitled. Untitled
Oh.
Goose.
I was like, I want to play some Duck Duck Goose.
Yeah, dude, I've been super excited to play Untitled Goose, and I started falling asleep during it.
Oh wow, that's some
I'm just
excitement
tired.
right there.
It's like it's actually kind of difficult game, believe it or not. But like
All enemies have captured the
the
Oh, no,
music
definitely
kind of
believe
puts me
it.
to sleep
Or
too.
not. Hey, kiss me, bitch.
Never.
Got the green light
I
to
kiss
finish it
pretty
up.
girls.
Are you saying I'm not pretty? How dare you?
Oh, this guy in the middle jumping up and down. I got a couple shots on him, so you
Yeah?
should be good. Yeah, they're both in
Oh,
the
yeah.
middle. They don't do it. They're freaking dead, man. They're freaking dead. There's no way they're gonna survive, man. Just
Oh,
throw a
yeah?
grenade,
Oh, yeah?
dude.
They're
Just throw a
definitely,
grenade.
they're definitely gonna.
Dude, no, you should throw it to the right. What's up, Backseat Gaming?
Down, but not out.
Let the pro die, okay? God.
Bro got one kill. He got first. No, he got second blood, but it's fine. I wasn't expecting them to hop on that the way they did. Nice. Good assist for that. I see him.
He's in the back right.
I got him.
There you
You hit him hard.
Did you die? Oh, you died?
go. Yeah, you got me.
Yeah, he was focused on you, so you're the decoy and I was the gunman.
Demon dog, kill.
I am amazing decoy at dying. Woohoo!
So I'm gonna run and gun those guys. Got 'em both.
Hands down. Keep up the pressure.
Oh. It helped. I took down the sensitivity a bit on my mouse and then aimed down the sights, and that's kind of worked out in my favor. It's weird though, because I was playing with those settings, you know, yesterday, perfectly fine. Oof, they got me good, dude. They're on the right side. Oh yeah, they got me like the corner. The little bit of the corner is my fault.
Out there. Show 'em who they're
Hey, good.
Dude, why are you dying, bro? Bro.
Sorry.
Demon dog,
It's fine.
Told you I'm
Carry
so
us
good
through.
at gun game. I'm pretty fucking trash at it.
So he runs down the middle. It's just
trying to kill me. What the fuck?
it's real hard. You're the higher level, so.
I'm so loved.
Yeah, I'll just stay away from you. I'm just kidding. We're going the same way this time. Right side.
Oh, dead.
Dude, seriously?
I'm sorry.
Oh, he got lucky. Oh. Yeah, you're serious, bro. Oh, I thought he was reloading. Why did? I'm not gonna pay attention to what you look. Like if you see some of the characters, sometimes it look like they're reloading some randomness, and then you look at the recap. Oh, my bad. I got shotgun to the face. How the hell did you come to the face? No, I didn't.
That was that's a revolver to the face. Close enough. I'll give you a pass on it.
No, that was terrible. I'm gonna stop going that way. I'm just getting hit. Oh, nice. You got him.
I get it. I got a kill.
Good job.
I think.
Yeah, he saw me out of the corner of his eyes, and that's why he was running.
Yeah, and he came running. He's like, I'm gonna get him.
No, he was gonna run back.
I hit one. A little bit.
Low in health. Push up.
That one.
Nice. One on the right side. He's hiding behind the barrels. Come my direction. He's trying to point towards the. Yeah, go that way. Too slow. Nice, good job. Yeah, he really thought you were gonna come from that side. I almost looked like you were too slow because I thought he might have turned in time to hit you. Because if I was him, I would be swiveling, but he kept in one direction. That's why my brain was like, you're too slow.
He's a noob.
Yeah, he should have moved.
I'm gonna get him someday.
Nice. I don't know where the other guy's at.
I'm not
I'm
sure.
gonna
He's
bother
probably
running
left
around.
side.
Yeah.
Oh, right side. Right side.
Okay.
He's in the crate. Other crate. Back. The white one.
Oh, that one? Okay.
Yeah. Back. Back.
Oh,
Back.
I see him back. Oh, sorry. I thought he would be looking down. No, I was right where he needed me. I put myself where he needed me. I know, sorry. Match point.
Oh,
You got this right. No, not the revolver. Fuck.
I'm so bad with the revolver. It's game. Sorry. It's all done.
That's fine.
What in the hell happened over there?
They're both on the left side. Oh, he pistol whipped you in the back. Ouch. He's crying up in your face again. Hey, what do you think you are? Huh? No one said you could do that. Alright? He's been smart. He moved the blanket, he moved the ball, and he's like, yeah, I get over there. You're not small, doggo. You really trying to climb over here to get me? How dare you? I can't believe that. I don't love you anymore, dog.
So rude.
Come here.
But it's in.
Come here. Come here. Okay, come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I'm trying to grab you. He's like, Dad, I was just trying to bother Mom and you came here, so I got your attention instead. Anyways, like I was saying, how was your day? What have you been up to, man? Like, did you squat?
Nothing much. I've been playing Neo too.
Neo 2?
Hey.
Yeah, I no clue what Neo 2 is. I think of that
Um.
Neo Kuni.
No.
That's not right. That's
Totally not right. Oh, Deagle. Please stop giving me pistols. I'm so bad with them.
Oh,
Eliminate all
alright.
enemies or capture the Ultra
just use your fist, bro. Just fist them.
That sounds like an awful idea. Are you sure you want me to do this?
You did it, you're not a man. Oh. they're
I'm not
they're kind of on
because-
the right side a little bit. I definitely should just freaking punch them. Freaking... I gotta get better at the pistols. See, no one's that good at pistols. And I wonder how he killed you. I wonder how it happened.
He got behind me. Oh, so sad.
And just the after animation after he shot you was hilarious. It's like, oh, got shot in my hip. It's up on the truck. Oh, you freaking kidding me? They're like making nastier shots at my head. But you're probably not. You're probably struggling just as bad as we are. Boom! Oh yeah, it's the boom.
I wanted to
GG.
fist him. He told me I'm
fist
not a
him
man
earlier.
if you don't fist him, so I was like, I'm gonna do it!
I said that, but I've
Didn't
been
work.
using the gun the whole entire time.
Right, move your ass.
You gonna rush up middle?
Hmm.
Oh, behind me in the garden. How did we not? Oh, okay. He just heard my footsteps, turned around and shot me.
Focus on the next round.
That's so harsh. You haven't gotten up the middle. You got banged from both sides? No, just the one.
No, just the one. Just
Revolver you.
two in my face and one in the back.
Yeah.
The back being myself.
Ooh, dude. Seriously? The other guy's injured. Oh, he's down here on the bridge on the right hand side. I freaking hate that
The
spot.
next round. Pick it up.
Well, didn't tell you soon enough. He ran across the map to come get you. That's what happened.
Trigger pulled. Let's go.
I don't know how.
He's like, oh, I'm gonna go get him. I smell him.
Oh, just saw him. Left side of the container. Moving to the right side.
He's in the top left.
I just freaking stunned me myself. Yeah, he's in the bunker on the left. They're both up still, so I'm fucking screwed.
Got one. Left side.
10 seconds.
West side where?
Right there.
Objective in play. Get after it.
Get him, guy!
Hands on to the next round.
I was so close. I'm happy he rushed. Had he not rushed, I would have not made some of the shots. It's lucky he's already injured. Someone else would have just killed me like full health, straight up.
Left side, treehouse again. Bunker thing, whatever you call it. Middle, he's going mid. Left side of the container.
Bot empt is now
Which
following.
container?
Keep moving.
Middle container.
Oh, I just...
Making us fight for it. Keep at 'em.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Fox. I appreciate it. Stopping in and saying hi, man. In the form of a follow. Follow. I'm guessing you just got done streaming.
Time to push.
How was it? Oh, I forgot to move. Yay. I was gonna let you take him out by yourself. Is that good, man?
Oh no, I definitely.
Oh! Don't got it
as I
all.
said that.
Yo, yo.
Hands. Clean yourselves up.
How was your stream, Fox? Just oof. Just oof. Why was oof, bro? Hey, this game's oof. Yeah, this game is oof. At least you got 3 kills there. Good job, dude. Pretty solid memes.
See, I
Stream.
told you, I'm so bad
Stream
at
meme.
gunfight.
Gunfight? Yeah, if you want to switch, dude, we can switch. That's fine.
No, it's fine.
It's good still.
We'll play some gun. We can die gunfight.
No. No, I mean, it's fine to change, dude. He's not gonna die.
No, that's fine.
Okay. But, yeah,
Unless you want to
Fox.
switch. Do you want to switch?
No, thanks for the shout out, babe. That was Sam. Sam just gave you a shout out for me. It's pretty awesome. Fox, dude. You gonna go back to Outer Worlds in a few days, or did you already beat it and I missed it? I don't know. I'm always popping in and out. I did pretty good on my test on my exam that I took today. I felt like I did good. I'll put it that way. Oh, the doggo's on. Well, I could bring him over, but was in the middle of a match.
Oh no.
It's N64 girl. Thank you.
Alright.
Fox.
Good luck doing this by yourself.
I know, right?
I'm gonna immediately die 3 seconds in the game, okay? Ready for this?
No, man. You're not allowed to. Oh, it was my turn to die. How the heck did he shoot me? Oh, he saw me. He saw me in that little bit of edge. Fox, this is how Call of Duty is.
Good hunting.
Oh, you just,
Ready for the next one.
Eric, you're sitting here like dying. But you've been killing them. You've been killing both of them and winning these games for us.
I do nothing but lose no matter what.
Got him.
Good job.
It's crazy, right, Fox? I like those apples.
I give you 3 claps for that.
3 claps. Is
Three
that the only
claps.
clapping I get?
I mean, if you want me to clap those cheeks.
Oh, that was a fast match. Oh,
Why were you shooting at the containers?
because I was pre-aiming. I was pre-aiming, you know, looking for that recoil, looking for that
Pre-aim.
quick kill. Because you know the one guy got me earlier, because that's what he did. He freaking pre-gamed the container.
Pre-gamed?
Yeah, yeah.
He's
how you gotta do it.
pre-gaming up in here. He's only got 3 health. Poor
Yeah,
guy.
because I just shot him.
Moving street.
That is just, that was brutal. That was a brutal couple rounds there. Hey, this is also why I hit COD, because it's always that little corner of you that's sticking out, and you just shoot it, and then it doesn't matter how many times they shoot you. We're just taking pop shots at each other across the map. Oh, that's a knife. That doesn't do
That's a
crap.
throwing knife.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't do crap. Kidding. I don't know how to use a knife. Oh! I thought I was dead. I thought I was dead.
No! Oh my god.
Oh, one more guy. One more guy.
Where is he?
You're gonna shoot the dog? That's fine. He actually hit me with a knife? Is that what just happened? I should have watched that. Shoot. Yo. They be clapping my cheeks right now. Oh, how did you... Oh, the enemy... Oh.
That-
Dude, when did you take stuff, man? Chastad. He was like, FML. Like, yeah, dude, I know. FNL.
Feels bad, man.
Feels bad, man. That thing feels bad, man. Oh, he just headshot me with that. I was already low health as hell anyways.
I don't know where they're at.
They're in the back still. One left side. I mean, right side if you didn't kill him already. To the left.
Ah. Yeah.
Yeah, he went around.
Get ready to go back out.
He went all the way around.
Yeah, he went all the way around.
No, wait.
That was such a delayed shot.
Jackals, go hunt.
Like he looked like he shot you from like the weirdest angle ever. Oh. Lyric.
Yeah, what up?
Oh, I thought I could jump that corner and get him. He's got to be injured. Yeah, he's injured. Nice. Good job.
Thanks, man.
Way to clap them cheeks. But Fox, dude.
Doing our dog and Noogie.
Hope you're enjoying the gameplay. It's freaking memeable. Yeah, he probably enjoys the Noogie. Just be honest. Match point. Who will die? Oh, you freaking kidding me? He got the shot off before I did? Oh, man. Not cool.
Don't scare me like that. Find you.
Behind me. You got
Yeah.
him, right?
No, I didn't get him. Let.
Oh, you should have told me where he was at, man. I thought he went running around for me. No.
Running at me, so I said behind you, and then you went up and around.
Yeah, because the way you died, I thought he was like, you know, running and gunning, and he wasn't running and gunning.
No, you're good. That was funny.
There's that one guy left side. He's using the pole. Alright, he didn't see me coming. There's the second guy.
I don't know, I got grenaded. He's in our spawn, near our spawn.
Oh, okay.
He might have moved though.
Oh,
Yep, in our spawn.
still in our spawn. That's okay. You gotta stop him here. Okay, he's still. I mean, he's been just sleeping all day. So what do you
I
expect?
want to run around the house.
Yeah,
For a walk earlier.
let's do it. Let's just run around the house.
Let's go play.
He's really injured.
He's really injured.
I'm really injured.
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
dead.
that guy you just killed.
I'll get the other guy. He's really injured too. Nice. Good job. Clapping them cheeks.
High five.
Sweet victory dance. Ooh, I ranked up to 37, Captain.
Oh,
Not
boy,
quite
I got
officer yet.
Domino. Oh
What the
boy.
heck is Domino? Fox is over here peeping. I don't even know what your emo is, bro. You headed to bed anytime soon? Or just, you got tired of streaming? Water for those thirsty bitches. My dog's over here dying. Hold on, let me show you Maple. Dog on cam. I have a dog cam from him, but he hardly ever stays in one spot most of the time. Unfortunately, it's not wireless. So, yeah, Fox, you missed it. Like I streamed the Corgi Halloween. When we went to Corgaween, Lyric missed it too. You guys both missed it. Oof. Man, it was so freaking cute, dude. I was so
hate missing
many
stuff.
Corgis, dude.
Overtime flag to win.
Everybody does. It's called FOMO, bro. The goodest boy. You're right. It is the goodest boy. Hey, let's go up mid.
And
whispering?
nah.
Clear the AO. Move.
Ow.
All right.
Got
It's
that
all up to
lag.
you now. The squad's counting.
That's what
on
you blame it on?
It's all you. He's right next. No. What's up?
So that's what you're gonna blame it on?
Oh, I have evidence. Shall I send you the proof? Oh my god, that guy's so bad.
Let's watch how many shots he took.
Oh my.
That's okay. I missed like my freaking knife that I could have popped him with, and I didn't pop him with. Oh. Give him a hope that I'm gonna lose.
Send the container. Oh, he was.
Did he kill him?
No.
Oh, I shot him in the back.
Not out. Get ready for the next one.
Fox. Dude. You're gonna get caught, man.
Clear the AO.
It's cross platform right now. Oh, what the heck is going on? That was some weird glitch in there. And he should have been dead. I could SMG'd him to death. Oh, that was not what I intended. Oh, you died, dude?
Get that round. Still got a shot.
He ate it. Who ate what? My gun was glitching. Like it was like trying to read. Oh, you died. Yeah,
I died.
I know you died. Now,
I died.
I'm just gonna walk with my barrel. Sight down my barrel. Where's the other guy at?
Right here. I
Oh,
can't
got
hit him
him.
because
Ooh, I feel like the
yeah,
duck just
somehow.
farted.
As you can see, Exhibit A.
I know some of the bullets are really delayed. Like you technically hit
No,
them.
that was 100% lag on my end. It's showing the little internet symbol. It's like, hey man, you better fix your fucking connection. Is he gonna be behind you?
Is he? Oh yeah, they're both behind me.
But not out.
They shot each other just now. Oh, what's up? Oh, Fox got. Oh, you posted a clip.
It's not just
My
me.
bad. It happens like that. Cause I thought I had my. Why won't it let me? Why won't it let me untime you? Hold on, Fox. I'll check in a second.
You're the last one. Watch your ass.
Oh, they're both there.
Back out there.
Sorry, hold on, Fox. Sorry, listen a little bit.
Give him hell, soldier.
Oh, what? Where is it? Okay, I gotta get back. The game. Oh, there's some lag going on. I'm gonna have to blame somebody for it. 90 seconds time out. They're just posting one link. I gotta change that.
Shake it off. Focus up for the next.
What is that? I can't even tell what that is, Fox. I'll check it out later, though. I promise. Is that a clip? It looks like a clip. Yeah, it's a clip.
Take this round. We stay alive. Let's get it done.
Look, it's messed up. It's lagging. It's lagging. It won't let me use the gun the right way. Lyric, you still there? It was a clip. Okay, I'll take the clip. Oh crap! All right. Super lag. I blame Lyric for it. Oh come on! That was some bull crap. Alright, let me see.
10 seconds.
Alright, so you're unbanned. I unbanned you. I will check out the clip later. Or maybe I can do it now.
Secure that objective.
Let's see. Oh dude, you should check out my lasers. Do exclamation mark laser. I got a bunch of commands and stuff.
We won this round. Get ready for the next one.
Next round.
This is match point, soldier. Failure is not an option.
Match point for us? No. Oh, serious? I should have waited a second. Lasers, sorry. Laser. Exclamation mark lasers. Hey, Eric, you survived. For a couple seconds. And then, what else I got? I do have so much. Just hit commands. I got command stuff. There you go. You're gonna check them out, play with them, dude. That's having some fun messing with them. Hoping to add more later. They're a little bit less of a pain in the butt. Ooh, I got a new stock. Ooh. Ooh, I got a butt stock. Or a dildo stock, however you want to call it. No stock, that's what it's called. Aim, walking, moving speed, aim down, sight speeds faster, movement speeds faster, but you're aiming and... Oh, I'll take that. Frick yeah, I'll take that. Fine, what? Never mind. It means I have to get rid of one of these. Yeah, let's get rid of that. I'm fine with that. You still doing gunfight, Lurk? Yeah, Fox, take a look at the commands, man. Just so you can give them a try out. Do not bother me, they're all free for the most part. Oh look, your favorite gun, your favorite thing. I'm just gonna run but fist him. We're gonna hit him hard. It's the only way we're gonna survive this match.
Punch him in the dick.
Punch him in the dick.
Give him wet willies.
In this container to the right. Oh, they shot me. I was gonna fist him. Should've kept running the way I was doing. To the left. Nice, good job. For not a pistol man, you impressed me. And nah, it's all that lag. You thought you were there, so you're shooting there, but you're over there already.
You know, I'm just gonna have to deal with it and hope it gets better. And
They're both right.
one mid.
Oh, good. Oh, I got grenaded. Yeah, that hurt.
Ow.
Jon Snow has been eliminated. Go left, go left, go left.
It's not Jon Snow. I'm going right.
Yeah, you put. He's in the middle.
Disapprove.
Oh, you freaking kidding me! I had a shot down sight on him. Nice, good job. You
I
freaking
jump
carried
shot
me.
the other guy.
Did you? Sick. I should have jump shot that guy.
I jumped over the crate and shot him in the head. Poor guy.
He was not ready for this. In the middle again. Oh.
Where? Damn.
I can't kill them if you kill them all. How did he? He was a mid-run. That's all I could say.
Let's give him hell.
Yeah, pretty much. Feels bad.
Shut the fuck up.
Love you too.
Oh come on! He should have died. He's low. He's low in health. So if you're rushing, you're fine. Hey, not that guy.
Oof.
That's not the guy that was low in health.
Stand by for
No, it wasn't. Well, I guess I would have died either way.
I mean, yeah.
I should probably turn up my game and listen, but you know, I can't. So,
No, it's fine, dude. You don't need to listen. You're Jon Snow.
I want to be Zelda. Or Link. My bad.
we have the advantage.
I just started shooting around corners. I'm not even messing with this thing. See, I was already pre-granted in the corner.
That was. That's one way to do it.
Demon dogs. Time to hunt.
I had a mood to mess with it right now.
Oh my, he's laying down back there.
Yeah.
Expect better next round.
It's okay, I died.
You're getting kind of
I just
heavy,
missed
man.
I'm super heavy, dude. I've always been heavy. This is why you're the train. You should be able to take this all. Make this
I am
a
now the
pro
boss
gamer.
again. I disagree.
Guy on the left should be still there.
He's on the right.
Okay.
Oof, that aim!
Oh.
You might want to turn your sensitivity down just a tad.
No, I was stepping in and out. See?
No, it's okay. I understand.
Fine, I'll turn it down a little bit
No,
more.
no, you're okay. You're
Just-
okay. You're
no,
okay.
no,
I was
you're
just
freaking
kidding.
lying.
I'm kidding. That's okay.
I don't believe you. It's okay now that we're like in the middle of the game. Yes. Oh, you're freaking kidding me. To the left, dude. They're pushing.
Both of them or just one?
Just one.
Ow.
Down, but not out. Get ready for the
Dude,
next.
you had him in your sights, too.
Yep. It's usually how it goes.
Fine. But Dude, Fox. Did you get the job, by the way, man?
Down by one. We need this round.
Somebody is throwing all types of glasses out there.
What?
Is Sam okay? Sounded like she just chucked an entire ocean outside.
I don't know what she did. She walked in shaking something and walked out.
Objective
And
failed. Regroup.
yeah, I died. Gross. Gross. Yeah, that whole stutter. I watched that clip and I was like, oh, we lost. I was paying attention.
Well, just a little bit. Just
Is that
not too
vodka,
bad.
babe? Just comes with a bottle of
Just a little
water.
bit.
Alright,
I've
dude.
been drinking
You
a
want
lot
to switch or you
lately,
gonna keep
but-
doing this? What's that, babe?
Uh-huh.
But I know I've been drinking a lot lately, but still.
I mean, you got a wine glass, you know?
You need to tone it down about 2 notches, okay?
Sam's over here taking shots of vodka.
Not tonight, I'm not.
Whole
not right
glass
now.
of vodka. Dude, I got wrecked earlier by this rank 9. I was so mad. I was like, this shouldn't be happening. I was like, I should be
Well-
doing better than this.
Levels don't mean everything, so...
I know that, but I was still just bewildered by how crazy.
Did you want to keep playing this, or did you want to go to something else?
I'm still leaving it up to you, dude. I honestly
No,
would
no,
play
no.
Gunfight all night. Like that's the way I'm with Gunfight right now. Like I just get so into it. Sam thought I was
Gun-
like losing my mind
Gunfight's fun
last night.
until they start camping really bad, and it's just like,
Time to
maybe
run.
tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow.
They're both going right, I think.
Yeah,
Careful.
he just shot me in the fucking head. Cause I couldn't see him, but he could see me. He just did what I did.
Ow.
He had a better. Oh, you okay, bro?
No, I think I died a little bit.
Inside, outside, under the bridge,
Inside the bus.
inside the bus.
Inside the bus.
You're supposed to turn the AC
My
on.
soul. My soul is aching.
They're both right.
You mean left
Left.
or right?
Left.
Left or right? Take
Left.
up your mind. Are they left or right?
Left. Both left. In the middle right now. Turn oh, he's in the box? Is that what I saw? It's hard to see.
I'm
No,
scared. Oh,
sorry.
Oh.
We lost that one. Step
It looked like he was in the box, but something else was there.
probably his dead body.
Was one of them dead?
I killed one of them. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That
He
was
was in
it.
a box.
You should know better.
I should know not to leave it to the box. They're both left, I think, or up top.
Left. Nice.
Ow.
At top.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I noticed.
Making calls to your dead teammate.
Yep. That's how you do it.
objective in play. Control it. We're on the objective.
You can do it, I believe. Good job.
I captured the flag before I could kill him. that was.
If he would have killed you, if they would have won. Ooh,
I know.
that was fun.
On the right hand side.
Both right, both your side.
Okay. Look down the middle then. Oh, did they switch? Oh, I freaking shot too. Goodness sakes.
I don't.
Watch this. Boom! Both of us at the same time. Nice. You blew him against the wall. That was right. Oh wait, where the fuck is it left up? Somewhere.
Yeah, son. Oh, I'm lagging. No, don't do this to me.
You're good. You're good. I'll jump underneath. Jump underneath. He's still up top.
Is he up top still?
Yeah. He's just dipping and dodging out of it. Oh.
Objective in play. Control it.
Oh shit!
Oh! Babe, clip that. Somebody clip that. Oh, dude. Mitter.
Actually terrifying.
Another job.
Oh, I know that was, but that was freaking amazing all at the same time. He's at the freaking top of it, like he always is. He always goes high.
We just got silenced.
Oh, I just got killed at
location?
top. They're back in. They're on the stairs on their side.
And down to the right in the container.
Yep.
Oof.
I want a rematch with this guys.
They seem very odd about what they do.
They're good. They're freaking talking to each other.
Possibly.
You good, dude?
No, I'm
You
probably die. Oh yeah, yeah. He's back left. I don't know where the other guy is. Back in their spawn.
Okay. I'm like looking, and I said that. You said that. Oh, you're freaking kidding me. Dude, seriously.
No, the other one was coming up on you too.
Yeah, no, I would have been dead either way, but had I killed that guy when he was running up the stairs, I may have looked right and maybe got it, but you know. Freaking injured. Really. Nice assist. Where's the other one at?
Back left, back left. Back by the wood, I think. Or a container. It was near there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yep.
Oh, you freaking kidding me?
Step it up.
You saw that, right?
I mean, yeah.
He shot me through the container. That's like what looked like it happened.
No, he definitely shot you through the container.
Thanks
That's
for the
exactly what
clip,
happened.
babe. Nice suppressive fire. Go for it, bro.
Up top,
Oh,
up top.
seriously?
Yeah, he's up top.
I fucking died anyways. Had to reload.
Yep.
Hard day. Clean your
Ty, you look like you could be related to Dak Prescott? I don't know what Dak Prescott would be, dude. Or who he would be, to be honest. I have to look Dak Prescott up. Lyric, do you know who Dak Prescott is? Oof, dude. He died 7 times with no kills. Yeet.
I don't think so.
Now I have to go on the internet search.
I know.
Fox would be.
A. Prescott.
Oh, QB for the the Cowboys. Nah, I don't know. Let's see. Cowboys QB.
Is that tennis?
Tennis. I'm gonna shoot you. You know that? I guess I could see it a little bit, but he's got. I want to say he's more like rectangle in his face, and his like jaw comes down here. Like if I don't know, if I think I shaved off my beard the way it looks, like I don't know. I mostly get like Logic or something. They'd be like, you're like Logic, bro. You look like Logic or like a young Derek Jeter, or Freak. Yeah, Freak. That's what I really am.
Oh, I know that one.
You know that one. It's like Justin Timberlake. There you go. I know it says Justin something. I was like, it's not Justin Bieber. It's close, but it's not.
mistakes. No prisoners.
I saved your life.
Did you save my life? I don't know. Is that
Apparently.
what it said? It said saver?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. I knew it was taking some rounds, but I didn't think it was that bad. That was the first, though. First, a quarterback for the Cowboys. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, he hit me hard.
Not done yet. Make it happen.
Like, straight, like, he got headshot, like, on first.
Mine didn't peek.
Yours didn't
ready.
peek?
Move in.
My
It's like-
opponent.
Yeah, no, neither of them did.
Oh, I thought yours did.
They freaking
Pull a
just
muscle
knew
in your
exactly
armpit?
where they should. Huh?
So you ever just pull a muscle in your armpit?
No, not usually.
Well, I wouldn't recommend it.
I mean, I wouldn't either.
There's a first for everything.
Right? Oh, they're both in the back and middle. One's going top to the treehouse. Foxy, you ever pull a muscle in your armpit? Like, ugh. I mean, I've like worked these out so much at the gym that
No!
they've been sore as hell. But,
Got a hit marker. Sad.
oh man, dude, I'm dying. I can't believe I've been dying so bad that you've been carrying me. Like the other night when I was playing, like I was not doing this bad.
Hey, if it makes you feel better, the one's in at level 19.
No, that doesn't make me feel any better.
Oh, okay. My bad. Top left.
Yeah. Nice. I got an assist for that.
Got him.
Where's the other one?
Top left again.
Oh.
Jesus,
Oh.
I hit him.
You got him though.
Couldn't hit him for the life of me.
Using that regardless. My shoulders are still dying from shrugs I did yesterday morning. Dude, shrugs. Freak. Just freak. Shrugs are the sick. Oh, their left side is one of them. Going up to the treehouse. Oh.
Could
Ooh.
not. Interesting. Maybe this gun just doesn't have the range I thought.
It has bad accuracy at range. So I took several pop shots at this guy.
Yeah, I was shooting across map and didn't hit him. I'm like, interesting.
Where the fuck is he?
Objective in play. Go after it.
Oh, I bet down is a shot. What other workouts did he do, Fox? Besides
You know,
shrugs
you bending
yesterday.
down actually made him
He-
get a headshot.
Yes, I know. I was trying to slide in. Slide into
Yeah.
the DMs.
I do that all the time. I
Ah,
get
he went to
really
the
mad.
left. I freaking just missed. Dude, they went back to the middle. Nope, at the top. In the middle. Ooh, that guy got headshots both times. I'm just gonna fire my lasers. Forget it.
Oh, he shot me because you were there.
No, did he?
Yeah, he went to shoot you and shot me.
Oh, frick.
I blame you.
There is an MP5. I mean, you can blame me all you want, but in the end, we still both died.
I don't blame you.
Oof. Freaking low. Both of us are freaking low.
Ow. He's in the treehouse.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
Problem is, where's the other
The other
one?
guys. I don't know. Maybe mid.
10 seconds.
Got more health than I do. He's just gonna sit there.
Play. Go after it.
Never mind.
Good job.
Have the advantage.
It was actually my first time adding shrugs to a workout. I bet you're pretty freaking sore then, because I can just remember me when I was freaking working out. I feel like me saying that seems impossible. Most people like look at me and like, oh, you're just a skinny twig. Skinny twig. How could you like be working out? Dude, I used to do track. Are you kidding me?
Oh, assist. Find it.
Oh, yep. Nice. I used to do track and football.
Wow.
If you can stand, you
Track all my 4 years and then high school. Dude, he was up there. He was just right for the taking.
switching
I know, right? Thought he was gonna go down towards
Just
you.
gotta pick him up like a cherry from the. No, man, come on. course, when we need to make a comeback, they're just like, here, let's give you revolvers. These are like the worst ones too. For us, anyways.
I hit one once.
Yep, he's dead.
No! He's back right?
No one else. Complete
Right there, yeah.
You think I can shoot him from here?
10 seconds.
Yeah, if you can hit it. It's probably gonna go up.
Yeah.
Secures an objective. They're taking the objective.
Oh, that was rough.
Fall back. We will return.
Probably too many. You probably did too many. How many did you do for a set, Fox? Like, I can't imagine doing too many. Like,
305.
he did 10 3 sets. 10 reps of 3. He beat 60. No, I'm kidding. That's exactly 30. Oh yeah. But so 67 is supposed to be what rank? I know I'm like a master sergeant, chief master sergeant. I forget army rank all the time. I'm just doing them with weights for the first time. He's not even gonna tell me how many reps he did. He's just like, I just did them with some weight.
Yeah.
Jeez, Fox.
I told you, 305.
You didn't even say what weight, you know? Man, how am I supposed to live up to you, Fox, if I don't know what workouts you're doing, man? How am I supposed to keep up with you?
Gunfight.
Probably 30 or 40 for one set.
Enemies or capture some
It's not bad.
flag to win.
Oh, no, not a sniper.
Dude, don't be like that, man. Just look for high ground. Alright?
No, I don't wanna.
Follow tight line.
That sounds like a personal issue then. You might want to take that up with your parents. For being... Hold on. Oh, nice! I was just about to take him. And then you...
I did
I
it.
really have to kill both of them?
Yeah, kinda. I got a
See,
hit marker on him.
one set. He's 305 pounds. Nice. Posted workouts on Twitter. Oh, man, I'm sorry I missed that on Twitter. 'Cause that's important stuff. I can really use
Twitter.
that.
I don't know what it's Twitter
You don't
is.
know what Twitter is? I know you don't know what Twitter is. What do you even know? What do you even
Nothing.
know?
I know nothing.
Yes, that's why you're Jon Snow, sir. Oh, you freaking kidding me? I had him in my sights. Yeah, no, Fox already has me on Twitter. No, I got you.
I'll run you through.
It's fine.
the thing?
It's funny being a Fox's channel, because sometimes his bot will just put stuff in there.
2 wins down.
Oh,
I did it.
Up the
Are you
pressure.
proud of me?
nice. I'm super proud of you. I have to play.
No!
Weapons ready.
Oh.
Win.
For you. In your honor.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm dead.
You're still alive. For now.
I'm gonna be dead in about 3. Oh,
They're both right side.
Ah!
Throw a grenade. Throw a grenade.
I don't have any.
Oh, you used them all. How dare you? No, to the right. To the right still. To the right still.
Right?
Yep. He was over there.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, freak. He must have ran back. My bad.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I have to follow your workouts on Twitter. And I'm gonna just start working out from home. And help out my mental clearness during having to stay home. And I can't believe you got 6 kills. I'm just looking at like 2 deaths.
I
At
need.
least
I got a 7. Help me. Thank you.
okay, like I barely saw his name in the freaking bush. Oh, that now I can see him. I couldn't
Yeah,
see him
he
because
was-
he's blending in really good.
He was 100% aimed over where I shot his friend.
Yep. He was. Hey, my name is Jeff, and I'm stuck in a bush.
Oh, I died.
The right side? Oh.
Left side. He's left. He might come up behind you, maybe?
Yep.
Yep. That's
Where the fuck is he? Now.
10 seconds. Secures that
Great,
objective.
I'm not gonna get it in time. Oh.
Pick it up.
Oof. Oof.
oof oof.
Oof. And I slide and I give him a headshot because of that. I'm just gonna start running without sliding into things. I'm used to like the hitbox being a
I
little bit
slide.
better.
No, I slide into things. I don't know.
Left side. It's one of them. I can pop shots at him and not fucking hit him whatsoever. He freaking just backed up. He didn't even try to push me. Even though
Yeah,
he
yeah,
got
'cause
like
I'm shooting at
successful
him.
shots at him.
He doesn't like me shooting him.
Yeah, because you're shooting at a
Ah.
truck.
He got me.
10 seconds.
Thank you, Q.
Oh.
They're confident.
He called me good. He called me good. He was like, watch him. He's gonna come from that direction. So I was trying to cut off his own.
Forward.
What's the word?
No mercy.
I can't think of the words.
Route.
Yeah, I said that. They're both over there?
No, that was the one. Oh, oh, yep.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Someone's
right side.
Good job.
Round finished. Do not
Thanks,
let
man.
them free.
Freaking Larry just gonna clear me through all this. Only 2 kills on my side. Match point. Good pump. The reason why I die. Playing Mortal Kombat. And Call of Duty. Oh, you freaking kidding me. He just scraped my head. You died first? I mean last? Dang. Okay.
Yeah,
Match
yeah,
point.
I guess so.
Takes this, we take it all.
You wanna go
Checkmate.
left? Nice job. That second one. Watch you jump at like 360 for a second. That was you who got him. Okay.
I didn't
I
make
get an
it three.
assist for it though. Yeah, it doesn't show you on camera though on that final kill, unfortunately. It would have been dope if you had. Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
Do you want me to back up?
Nah, I just gotta pee.
Okay. I'm level 69.
Doggo. It run in the bathroom. What the heck happened to my game? You still there?
Yes, sir.
Also, my game like reloaded.
Oh,
You
I
back
backed
out?
out. Went back into another. Yeah, backed out. Oh.
Like
Um. We're not gonna talk about that.
are you okay, Lyric? Are you
No.
fine.
No, no.
What's Fox's concerned look over here for? I like
Me.
I don't know.
I'm
I'm
concerned
s-
about myself sometimes.
Fox can be concerned about everything, but I'm starting to learn your emotes since I've been hanging out on Fox's channel so often. It's not even funny. Alright.
Hmm.
I think he might be judging me because I might be in my PJs. But you can't quote me on that. Quote unquote. PJs.
Gunfight.
There's a doggo squeaking.
Eliminate our enemies or capture the overtime flag.
What are you squeaking on, bud?
Baseball.
No. I don't know what the freak. Is that Fox blushing? Is that what it is?
Whatever it takes. Do it.
Ah. I can't read that one. Does it tell me exactly? what you
Nice. We're so good at the game. Look how good we are.
You got me on that one, Fox. I know. What are you yelling about?
We're good. We won.
Oh,
Oh, seriously? Oh, they forfeit
Yeah.
threes. They just
Yeah.
Ah,
Apparently we're too good. They didn't want to play with us. I don't know.
I guess. That or someone backed out at the last second or something. I should have forfeited my last one of those games I had. I was there with one dude, and then we lost like one round, and he just backed out. Didn't even bother playing. I was like, so I just kept going, and I didn't realize he was gone. I just knew my butt was getting kicked. I was so mad. The guys in it were just going brutal. They're just like, oh, we're just gonna kill this guy over and over again, without like, you know, oh, at least try 1v1, right? No. That's a pretty cool camouflage like that. So this is one of like, I finally unlocked like a few. Oh my gosh, dog.
maple.
He's laying on the ground now. So don't guard. I'm gonna die. My ears are just bleeding just hearing on my side.
Yeah, I know. I took it away.
I want
Which
to get
makes it-
pop.
You want to hear it pop? It's not gonna pop.
Eliminate our enemies.
plastic.
Capture the overtime flag to win.
Oh shit.
Fast rubber.
That switch from your secondary to your primary is pretty slow. They went left. Got one down. Oh, you got the other one already? Sheesh.
Yeah. They didn't live very
Maple
long.
being too cute. It's too cute squeaking. Loud as hell. We really need to get him a doggo cam. He will be part of my streams. They must have gone left. I mean right? Right?
Yeah, I didn't see him right, so they probably went left.
He went middle.
Ow. One's on the right.
Oh, my shots were all over. I wasn't even on target.
Ty, you're supposed to shoot the enemy, not at the enemy.
I'm definitely adding the enemy. It's not in the right way. Got one on my side.
Yeah, I got one on my side.
He's going left.
I don't know what mine did. Oh. Well, apparently blew me
Killing
up.
you.
You're the last man
Apparently.
Oh!
losing ground.
I didn't expect him. I should have known that he was on the ground. Is that a nighty night? Fox? Fox, you better tell me what these damn emotes are right now. Or so help me. It's a wizard fox. Fox not laughing? That's what I'm getting? They're probably gonna go around us. Nope.
Back.
Never mind.
They're back right
Top?
maybe? No, on the ground.
Ooh, that was so close. I can't tell you. Oh, right? Had I not stopped there, I probably would just walked right into his gun.
Walked right into him. Hey guy, what's up?
Hi, my name is Jeff.
I heard the party was here.
Oh, freak. Oh, there's one guy down. Up top.
Up top.
In the middle. Did you get him?
No.
Is that left of you? Oh, the grenade toss, right?
The grenade didn't even touch him.
No. Oh, you did. You got it. It just looked like the freaking grenade got you. But that was just a stun grenade, right?
It was just a flashbang. How was he gonna kill him?
high. You got low?
Ah.
Nope.
He went. He's down. Yeah. He was really low.
Yeah. Oh! Ouch! That was cold.
Hey man, I think he
Super
died.
cold. Oh, he was using a shotgun. I didn't know we had a shotgun this time. I should pay better
Oh, we
attention.
had
to
a shotgun.
Yeah,
Had.
we had a shotgun. That's a
You
that's a
were-
good point. What the heck? Did you just shoot or they shoot you?
We shot each other. I missed though. Somehow.
Back here?
Smoking any? Nah,
See him?
oh yeah, keep on.
At the top. Got him.
Nice.
That's tough. I gotta get an oof command. So you're gonna go exclamation mark oof. It's my favorite one too, on top of the laser. Well, laser first, and then that one.
Oh, but I like the bay one. That's
I
my
don't have no
favorite.
bay one. Oh yeah, waifu. I got a waifu one.
Yeah.
You should try it out, Fox.
Yeah. I like that one. Do it for me.
No, I'm not gonna do it. It's
Do it
just
for me.
awkward.
Do it for me.
What do you think I am?
Right
The
side.
senpai? Right side?
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
you're left. Well, you keep turning.
Yeah, I know.
Right side from our spawn is what I should say.
I got one round off. That was my
I
fault.
give you a 4 out of 10.
For it.
You had enthusiasm. I'll give you that.
Left, right side.
Got the lag, man. Stop. They're both in their spawn. Well, one was.
Oh! Ah, it was such a close round too.
I can give you a 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10. That's at least like
I'm
an
gonna be
8.
racing
Come
you.
on. Like,
Uh,
had
can I rate
I not been held low health because the other guy got me, it would have been fine.
Oh, that's fair. I believe that. Lol. Lol.
Nice. He just ran into you, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
He
Someone
ran
went up the stairs,
upstairs.
so I jumped down and I
Gotcha.
shot him. Well,
I heard running,
Fair.
so it was like,
I heard a lot of running.
I just assumed he had.
Ow.
Ooh.
Rip. Good job.
Finish that. Don't die. Hey, Sazona, what's up? What's going on? Sorry, I'm all pumped. That's my victory dance too. I'm over here on the camera making a fool. What's going on, Zez? How's your night going? Says Max meet Fox. Sam, if you could give them both a shout out, that'd be amazing. I hope you guys from Friends. I love Says. She's awesome. She plays Dead by Deadlight. You got Fox here. He plays a bunch of different games. Last time he was playing Bloodstained. I can't remember which one it is. It's the recent Bloodstained, but it's pretty awesome. Says was playing Overwatch last, but she does a wonderful Dead by Daylight killer. She plays them all pretty good. She just got really good at Nurse too. It's pretty bomb. So you need any tips, she'll help you out. I mean I can help you out Dead by Deadlight, but we ain't going anywhere. Definitely just die. Oh, no problem, man. Ritual of the Night. Oh yeah, that's the last one. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. It was cool seeing you do the. You played the first one, right? For the first playthrough of it. Yeah, except Nurse just got a rework. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about the rework. Have you played Nurse since she got reworked? So it'd be like a cringy moment. Oh, we got a secondary weapon. I'm swapping my freaking shotgun. Look at this. I'm gonna rush.
Oof.
Dude.
Offside.
Oh, frick. I wasted my shot. Don't think I fully killed anyone. Oof. Was that bad of a game, says? I'm sorry. Reworks be harsh. Harsh reworks. That's how I felt about when they reworked my Pantheon. Oh, freak. This is a bolt rifle, Ash. Gun. They're gonna push me. 'Cause I'm low in health.
Container, both container.
Both of them?
10 seconds.
The other one's near it.
Oh, he butt whipped my ass. Sorry. Have a nice one. Alright. Have a good night, Sess. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it.
Right, move your ass.
Hope you had a wonderful day and don't sleep too bad. I hope you have a pretty good night.
Ow.
Did you just die?
Um,
Yeah, you did.
As you said it, yes, you jinxed it. I blame you.
That's fine. You can blame me all you want. Oh!
Let's take it back.
You're having terrible lag.
Luck with them
Oh yeah.
focusing
Some
me.
pancake and syrup. What's up, babe?
I fucking love it. So when Rivali's Gale is ready, he goes, Rivali's Gale is now ready.
To the left. Both left.
Yeah.
Fucking dead. They're gonna rush me.
Oh, that might. Oh. Melee.
Oh!
Spam this shit on the keyboard.
Trust me. I'm just sad that I didn't expect to be in the container with his buddy. This gun is so loud.
A little bit, yeah.
Nice job. Sweet.
Stay sharp.
I was hoping I at least get assist on that, but he rushed you. They both rushed you.
They like me. I don't know why. They really want me dead.
Well, I mean, the other guy was going for me because I was literally standing where he rushed.
Well,
But.
yeah, that's fair.
Left side. Laying down fire. Oh, I'm about to die.
I hit him with a grenade. Tanner?
Oh, we both died because he got right in front of me. And he was in a container, and you missed the container. Yeah, I was on the ground.
Well, I seen him as he killed me. I was like, oh, there he is. I was gonna go up and give him a high five, but he killed me too fast.
Yeah, I don't like this map as much because I feel like you don't make as amazing like gameplay moves in it. There's one to the right. He sees me in the container.
Got one.
Okay,
I hit mark
one
the
on the
other
right
back.
side. He's dead. Nice, good job. GG. I didn't know we were behind. I forgot we've been suffering in this game a little bit.
A little bit. I mean, it's not terrible.
I waited until we were like they were 3 up before I started sitting straight, so that's my fault.
He's by the van.
Yeah, they just fucking stunned me.
Yep.
I hit one of them. Just a little bit.
Ah.
Oh!
Learn from the loss.
I just saw him. I slid into a rock and then. I thought I had more cover, to be honest. Yeah, I definitely do better on the other map. Other map is my crap. This one, I'm like. Oh well. Oh, well, the map beat me.
It's just one of those maps. It's like, eh.
It's like sometimes you're really good on it, sometimes you don't.
Pretty much. 1 second.
Ooh. But yeah. You almost done with Bloodstain? Box? Ritual of the Night? So I feel like this is a long game. I think you were talking, who were you talking to? Was it Mixmaster or someone else that was saying that that it had like so many hours on that game to beat it? And are you 100%ing the game too? Or are you just trying to make it through? 'Cause I never asked you. Why can I not ask these things when I'm on a stream?
Eliminate
You know why? Because you're asking me 100 questions. Hey, you back?
What color's your eyes?
They're not red.
Do you want to make them red?
kill.
That does not sound appropriate, sir. Please refrain. He's pushing right. Oh, nice! Thank you for the assist. He was jumping all over,
I
and
saw you shot. I saw you shoot him. I was like, I got you, man.
you saw the splatter of blood. Which,
Yeah, I
by
shot him. I was like,
default,
"Alright, I'm gonna take a
gore is
skill."
supposed to be off. Do you have gore on?
I have Goron.
Oh, that's
Who
why.
plays with gore off? Weirdo.
No, it's on default. It's supposed to be off. Got him.
Oh. You get the one that was in front of me? Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
He might be behind us now.
Back. There's spawn still.
Oh, still their spawn?
Got him.
Nice.
Wins down. Keep
Watch it. I hope it shows this jump shot. That's pretty funny. Oh, I didn't.
I watched him. Watch him jump.
got the green light to finish it up.
Watch
You
him
wanna put-
jump and me shoot.
Oh, I thought they're both right. Nice, I got an assist for that.
We did it.
Good job. He was so focused on you. Dude, they really
know,
do
I don't
like
know
you.
why.
It's freaking nuts. I guess it's because you're ranked, dude. That's all I can think of.
Maybe. I don't. It's me. So every time I die now, I have an excuse. They're both left shooting me.
You're all we
Yeah.
got.
My excuse is valid. You know you can double tap X to blow it up. Did you know that?
We're losing ground.
No, I didn't know you could tap at double it. Oh, you mean
It'd be reload for you, which is R. Or whatever your reload key is.
Even dogs. Kill.
yeah, that's R.
The more you know. Yeah, the more you know.
Yeah, just learning new things all the time.
It's great,
Is
isn't
it
it?
right? They're both right. One's down. One's still
Nice.
up. He's going around to the back. He's back at our spawn.
I don't. Oh,
I'm trying to call this out accurately. He's right in the middle. No. He was. They left. There you go. Oh! Oh! Clip that. That shouldn't count. That was straight concrete. That was.
I definitely counted. I hit him in his big toe. Leave me alone.
I'll hit you in the big toe next time. Nice. Are they both over there?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just running together. They keep running together. You're just gonna get kills both times. That knife didn't hit that time. Hit the other guy.
Knife didn't hit, the other one did.
Switching sides.
Oh shoot.
Game logic, you know?
Take this.
Yeah, you're right. They're probably going left again.
They're both middle back in their spawn.
It's all
They're camping it. Oof.
Oh, got one kill.
ready for the next.
They had a thermite?
They had two. They threw two thermite.
Two thermite grenades. Yeeks.
They've almost
That's. I guess that's one way to do it. I don't know.
One on the right's down. One on the left is still away.
How do you like thermite? You like it?
I mean,
demon dog.
I like it when it kills down.
Let 'em.
Yeah, thanks. Sam clipped it as knifey boy. We're going from with the names tonight. Sunky. Point. Oh, they're both JoJo. So they're both on comms together.
Most people who play this game over
Gunfight,
on
yes.
comms.
I just unlocked a perk, nice. And a grenade. I don't know which one, but I got a grenade.
The good grenade, obviously.
Oh, can we just talk about how we both threw Thermite at him? Like, not just me,
Yeah.
but you did too.
I did it out of spite though, because they did it to you. So I was like, eh.
You don't need to be my hero, bro. But you already are.
Hey, look, we're fighting him again. Rematch.
Spotter, I got spotted. That's all. Are we really? Seriously?
Yeah.
I
I
got
think that's
gas
the same
grenade.
people.
Hate the grass grenade in this game.
Oh, I don't like dogs.
I think we lost Fox.
Probably.
Fox lives in Missouri. And that's pretty freaking amazing.
Eliminate
You
all
can live in Missouri of all places.
overtime flag to win.
Well,
Teabag
it's
faster,
mosquitoes.
enemy. Come
I
on.
know, right? Come on. Damn it, I can't teabag him faster back. We got an MK2
I'm
carbine. Oh,
So
Job.
fast.
Do it.
No?
nope, got him.
Nice. Is the one on your left still?
Yeah,
This
he's
one?
still there.
Okay.
I let him live because I was so low health. Did you just throw a grenade?
No, he's on the stairs.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's not on anymore.
Yeah, he was so distracted by me and me
Like,
trying to kill him.
Yeah. I don't know why he let me live. He could have shot. Even if he grazed me, I probably would have died.
Who knows?
Just underestimated. Or he was just not in the game enough. My guy's going right.
Nice.
Well, I was trying to blow up my not claymore, the C4 I threw down, but it didn't work because I heard him run up the stairs.
I mean, it works for me. Maybe it's different for PC. I don't see why it would be, but
I-
I don't know. If you
I-
read, if you go into the into your critic class and go into the description of it, it should say.
Okay. He's right in the middle.
In the middle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
killed him. Or you killed him.
You killed
You
him.
cut.
I-
I killed him. Oh, it was you. Yeah. And then I I blew it up at the same time. Yeet. All right, I'll take it.
Ow.
Ooh,
Spawn.
bro.
Yeah. I didn't think they were gonna sit that spawn. The other one's up in the building, left side. Oh.
All right. Let's watch him run across.
Just coming to say hi.
Just a little bit. Oh, I love this gun. This is my favorite gun now.
I don't
It's
like
the AK-47. No?
No. I mean,
Find them and kill them.
not in particular. Maybe snipers.
Definitely should have been killed there. It must be going right.
Oh no, lag. Don't do me like this. Ah.
Oh crap!
On to the next round. Pick it up.
I think he killed us.
he killed you, and then he came down and killed me. Because I didn't hear the gun shooting. I think that was a glitch. No, because I heard shooting, but I didn't hear him right there. You know what I mean? Like I heard his footprints first.
His footprints? You hear footprints?
Yeah, I can hear footprints.
Interesting.
Dude, they're burning you up over there.
I know. Oh, there's two of them over on my side. Oh,
Our side?
one on my side. One on my side, one on the other side. Jump.
10 seconds.
Oh! I aimed to the right when I should have been aiming left already. Yeah, see? I should have been aiming more left.
Your paycheck.
God damn it. My.
You just try to shoot me. Caught him on fire, I think? No, I missed. Oh, nice kill there. Was that you? That was you, right? Yeah, that was you.
No.
Okay. It's like it better be used right there. We are fighting. You weren't kidding. I did not know they were Joe and Joe again. I like how they demolished us that one round. But this
Yeah,
time
we
we go at it. We demolished them all, yeah.
Yeah.
They both left. I don't see them right yet.
One's back in their spawn. I didn't see him move.
I didn't see him move
I don't know.
either, so.
Oh, he moved. Maybe he jumped under the. I don't know. He's up on the stairs.
Oh, okay.
They're both up top. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe.
No, I thought you just killed one, didn't you? No?
No, I hit him.
Oh, ha, yeesh.
Bad.
That was
roll.
harsh. I couldn't honestly see where the bullet traveled because that recoil on that gun. Alright, I saw one go left. Ooh, he almost got me. You okay there? Oh,
Going back in.
we talked too soon. We talked too much smack.
I might say that was hilarious.
Which part?
Another round.
I climbed up a crate, and he had his pistol on a door, and I
They
climbed
both went
right
left?
in front of his crosshair. That was pretty funny.
Oh, you freaking kidding me? I should have jumped. My bad. They're both up there, dude. Nice, nice. Thank you for the comeback.
Good work. You
For the
worked.
victory. Oh, that was hot.
I got hot and bothered. That was really scary.
I'm happy we got a rematch with them. So,
Look at us both going 7-5. Wow.
yeah, right?
Yeah, I don't care for docks. It's not my favorite map.
Yeah, it's decent. It's decent. It's fun when you can like, surprise somebody and you just hop up there and like down from above, definitely above. Yeah. But it's not fun when I watched one guy. You know how I went down the middle, right? I watched one of the guys do that, and I looked down into the pit at the last second. Here he had sights and shot me. I was like, oh, my life. The flashback. I'm so done. Because I didn't expect anybody to go down into that like canal, that middle area. I thought that like was off limits, you know what I mean? But no, it's still
Yeah.
play. Oh,
Yeah, I think that's where that one guy went.
when?
When? What?
Yeah, which time? Because I went down there, and you're like, I can't find the other guy, and I was like,
Yeah, I think that was when.
no, because I hopped down there and I cleared it, and I didn't see anybody. So
I don't know where he went.
I think what they did is they both ran left like they've been doing. I don't know why. We should know exactly what they how they play, because they were doing the same play when they were doing speedball with us.
Gunfight. Eliminate all enemies or capture
You ready for this?
flag to win.
It's Mortal Kombat time.
Time to earn a living.
I think they both went left. Unless you saw him go. Yeah.
One's right. He's on stairs. I
Yeah.
didn't know you had a shotgun as your secondary.
Oh, me neither. Oof, that's messed up, bro. You didn't use the shotgun to kill me though. Killed me with the.
No, my guy used a shotgun to kill me.
Oh, yeah. I see this at secondary. All right, gun left. He may run across the bridge. Watch yourself. Oh fuck! You freaking kidding me? I cannot move anywhere. He stunned me. I'm dead. Oh, you died too? How the hell did you die?
Yeah, yeah.
What I should have done
He
earlier.
jumped at the window and just started shooting randomly.
Alright. Your secondary is a pistol. Oh!
Regroup and stay focused.
Dude, we're getting our butt kicked. What
Yeah,
is
we are.
going on? I like his name's Blue Waffle. And the other guy's is Ant.
didn't notice that.
POV. Oh, see no my Ant man. Back a snack.
How much is?
Oh, dude.
This guy's
Where's he at?
on a mouse. Oof. He's on the other side every time.
Okay. Oop.
Nice.
Stun myself. Nice.
10 seconds.
You see him?
No.
Secure that objective.
Oh, you're freaking kidding me? You saw I had him in my sight, right?
Round is ours.
Did he have that much health that...
Yeah, I guess.
I've
so.
seen-
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, he
Dang.
probably had pretty much full. I really don't care for the Dragunov.
Oh, frick. I missed my shot, but... didn't make it.
Sure, multi by me. Dare he?
Did he?
Yeah, he did. I want revenge.
You wish you could have revenge. You don't deserve
That's why I
revenge.
get it. Avenge. Avenge me.
Oh, he saw me peep up.
That one. Step it up.
Ah. I was gonna avenge you. Till that happened. Till I took an arrow to me.
A bullet to the
Bullets.
face.
Bullet to the gut.
Over. Fight them back.
Oh, bro, he's sniping from the left. The other guy's still there. I just saw him throw a grenade. Or Molotov cocktail, sorry. Nah, dude. Play as you see fit, man. Got to the left, too. The other guy's probably over there, too. Yep, there he is. Nice.
10 seconds. We've
Oof.
been on the ropes.
Good job. Shoot. That was not even funny how close that was.
It's a trap.
Oh, why did I just shoot?
Where's he at? Oh, he's on the stairs. Oh, never mind.
Kills them both. As he tries to warn me.
Well, I thought I was gonna die, to be fair. So I was like, let me get this warning out before I'm dead.
Alright. He came this way too, watch out. It's probably downstairs.
Yep, he is. He's downstairs. The other guy's gonna be on the stairs on our side, probably.
The only one left.
Yeah,
No? Wow.
he's still on your side though. Oh. Oh, they're both there? Oh, just needed a grenade in that one spot. It looks like I was shooting the door.
I'm trying to open it, obviously.
Can't open the wall, bro. Can't open the wall.
I can.
With
What are you talking about? I pull a Harry Potter.
Alakazam less out of her.
You just gotta run through the wall into my train.
Oh. Can't do that. Why do I need to know if I can unlock? I'm still trying to get rid of that green circle or square that pops up. I think Fox
That is a rectangle. I don't know what you're talking about.